Sunday, right? Oh shit, Sunday morning mass hole. Guess I should have made it to Sunday morning mass hole, but I didn't. Oh well, it's not. So yesterday, I happened to stumble across a random video that mentioned Russell J. Gould. And so, I heard about Russell J. Gould in Title IV in 1999. He bought the USA for 1 gram worth of gold, blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to look into it, but you know me, I don't like to pregame. I want the accountability, the responsibility of looking it up live. So you guys can be on the same page as me. There's no advantage here. So that's really weird. This is Russell S. Gould, not Russell J. Gould. But he's an investment banker. I mean, how many Russell Goulds are investment bankers? I'm sure it's a ton of them. But let's just see. We'll have to maybe come back. Maybe I'm just about to learn all about a different Russell Gould. Is an American financier, like Epstein. Currently a partner at California Strategies, LLC. He was a member of California Governor Pete Wilson's administration as Secretary of Health and Human Services from 91 to 93, and as the Director of Finance from 93 to 96. I mean, let's put them where they belong, right? I would assume Director of Finance is probably more suited than Health and Human Services, since they're the worst people in the world. In June 1998, then California Governor Pete Wilson named Gould to serve on the University of California's Board of Regents, knowing that his governorship would be coming to close at the end of the year. So he put Russell in a really high position for what? The practice was to allow nominees to serve as regents with full voting powers as their nomination awaited confirmation by the California State Senate. In November 1998, Gray Davis was elected to the governorship of California. In January 1999, on his second day in office, Governor Davis rescinded Gould's nomination, and Gould was removed from serving on the board. That seems significant, His second day in office, he's making a point to handle this, to get rid of this piece of shit. Belch. I remember Gray Davis. That's when I was in California. I remember thinking, Gray? What a weird name is Gray. Sorry, I can't just get a job trolling YouTube videos at 8:30 on a Sunday morning. This doofus comes in here every day, and because he's too stupid to argue anything I say, he's one of these guys. What a perfect rock. He just says dumb crybaby shit, right? Dumb crybaby shit. Well, I gotta be here for you to watch me, don't I? Because it's not like you're at work. Or are you? What a fucking dumbass. Way to acknowledge that you're too stupid to engage in anything being said. consistently. This is how you know you don't even bother reading their shit anymore, because this is just how they operate. They can't argue anything said, so they try to shoot the messenger. You're literally seeing it with the Epstein shit, where they're trying to make everybody, John Bolton is now the bad guy, and like, you know, they're trying everything they can to obfuscate from what's really going on here. And this is what they do. Hey, brother, can you send me $200 so I can survive the week? Yeah, right away. For sure, I gotcha. In 2005, Gould was nominated to a 12-year term as University of California regent by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the nomination was subsequently confirmed by the California State Senate. Gould joined the Metropolitan West Securities in 1996. It was taken over by Wachovia in 2006. Gould has been an executive vice president at the J. Paul Getty Trust and was previously chief deputy director of the California Department of Finance. Oh, that's it. That's all I get. There is no more to it. Okay, so Russell J. Gould is different. That's Russell S. Gould. Let's go 1999. It's already something that's... Russell J. Gould captured the Title IV flag in 1999. All right, let's see if I can't find this then. We'll go Title IV flag. Oh. The thing was like, no, and just kicked me off. That was really weird. Try this again. All right, let's see. Title IV of the United States Code outlines the role of the flag of the United States, Great Seal of the United States, Washington, D.C., and the states in the United States Code. So now it just gives me a bunch of chapters. Chapter 1, like, look at this shit. Chapter 1 is this. So then what do you click on that and what happens? Okay. So then you click on something and it takes you to the Cornell Law School quick search section. Maybe if I click on this one, let's see. They all just take you to Cornell Law School search. So when you go to try to look up what these things are, right? He'd be broke smoking in the house if this was his house, but he's broke. Yep. All right, so, get out of there, B. Didn't you learn your lesson from your homies dying? Jesus, he's trying to... Literally landed on my finger. On my finger. Snap your fingers. Do you guys remember over the winter when these clowns would come in here? He'd be like, see, he doesn't go outside. He doesn't go inside. When I was inside because it's cold, you know, it's Detroit winter. If you guys are looking for a good album, check out Gorillaz vs. the Space Monkeys. Just click play. It's an amazing album. Yeah. Okay, so That's not going to show me shit. The different chapters, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, that only take me to this shit, which then you click on it and it takes you to Cornell bullshit. So let's look up United States Code. Be humble, because in person you'd respect me and I'd run your... Oh, sure you would there, tough guy. I'm sure you would. You and your tiny little pecker. Hey, man, I'm gonna run those pockets. Be humble. I'm actually surprised you know what humble means. Most of you fucking clowns think it's like getting a round of applause. I'm humbled by that applause. Johnny Carson said that, right? You're a bitch. You're a dumb pedophile bitch. You can talk shit with your fake fucking profile, but you never do a goddamn thing. You pedophiles are all cowards anyway. The United States Code, formerly the Code of Laws of the United States of America, that's the official name, is the official codification of the general and permanent federal statutes of the United States. It contains 53 titles which are organized into numbered sections. The U.S. Code is published by the U.S. House of Representatives Offices of Law Revision Council. New editions are published every 6 years with cumulative supplements issued each year. The official version of these laws appears in the United States Statutes at Large, a chronological uncodified compilation. What's this live about? The main part about this is that we figure out a way to make it so we can kill pedophiles while also removing the J control scheme that allows these pedophiles to exist, these Goulds, that is committing genocide right now, and that believes we are all their slaves. So, it's pretty simple. Live feed is about making the world a better place for the Goyim. We have A. Lopez, who is like Trump, because he's a pedophile. Trump supporters are pedophiles in my mind. I don't understand how anybody can overlook everything that's going on and still support that man. It's not like he's like, we all have like free health care, you know. I don't know what it could be, what we could be offered to allow us to, you know, Trump could make my life much better. You know, could provide everyone with a brand new house and a $100,000 a year spending budget and free health care. They could basically make all of us Israelis. Trump could make all of us Israelis. And I still wouldn't overlook it. I'd still be like, yeah, but what about Katie Johnson? You know? What about that thing where you were like, no, I don't have an age limit? Well, I don't want to get caught fooling around with a 12-year-old. Like, what's his name? What about all the Epstein stuff? What about all the Maxwell? What about all the Israel stuff? And that's the problem, is I think so many of you can be so easily bought and paid for. Poor guy is sweating and out of breath by walking. It's like chilly out here. For the first time all year I have on, for the first time this summer, I have on long sleeves and long pants. But I'm sweating and out of breath. Do I seem out of breath? I just heard the age of consent in Cuba is 12. Gross. Japan is 14. Benjamin got caught. Somebody says, yes, I want free shit. So that's somebody that, to me, we should look at his search history. We should definitely look at that guy's computer and phone because he more than likely has a file or two he doesn't want anybody looking at. I mean, how, you know, you're the type that gets recruited. All right, if you fuck this kid, if you rape this kid, then you'll get a little bit of an advantage. We'll give you a high position. We'll do this. We'll ignore what you do here. Just rape this kid on camera for us. And he's the type that'd be like, fuck yeah, here, let me jump on board. Early compilations, early efforts at codifying, like a certain person, it disappeared computer. I got a big pistol in my pants. And like, again, here you go. People have the opportunity on here to be like, yeah, let's kill these pedos. Let's overthrow these J pieces of shit. And instead they come here talking about their fucking tiny pecker. Okay. Early efforts at codifying the acts of Congress were undertaken by private publishers. These were useful shortcuts for research purposes, but had no official status. Congress undertook an official codification called the Revised Statutes of the United States, approved June 12, 1874. I always love when I hear about shit like this because I just try to picture it, right? I mean, you know, all these Capitol buildings and shit, they existed. You know, they were already here. So you think like you can't, unless you've been there, you can't really grasp the size of it. But like these huge Capitol buildings and whatnot. And then, of course, all the other bullshit associated with it. But these giant Capitol buildings, picture it. Like, first of all, everybody has to be walking around with like lanterns and shit, right? Because, I mean, if I were to go inside my house right now, and I were to go inside a windowless room in the house, in the middle of the house, close the door, there would be nothing. You couldn't see anything. You might be able to see the light coming through the bottom of the door, but you can't see anything. So when you look at these huge Capitol buildings, there's not windows everywhere. There are multiple floors. There are even basements, lower levels and bullshit like that. So are we to believe? I mean, these places never have any light. So everything that was done with them up until the advent of electricity, the lighting situation, they built it, they decorated it, and they held all their government by candlelight, by lanterns. And so they would be in this big giant building that doesn't have any bathrooms at the time, doesn't have any lighting structures or fixtures or anything like that. And then they you know, they're in there. Those who agree say aye, aye, and those who oppose say nay, nay, you know. Hang on a second. I'm sorry about this little distraction. That's what I say to my wife. But they do all their governing by the candlelight. Then they come out, you know, it's been a long day at work, so they go to the horse parking lot where they grab their horse who has been parked there all day while they were doing their government. You know, somebody's been watering the horse, somebody's been feeding the horse, cleaning up its shit, all that stuff. And then they get on their horseback and they ride all the way home, and they, go to their little thatch roof house with their thatch roof garage, and they park their horses there. And to a bunch of people who are only here to drive him mad because it's funny. Like, the idea that these people tell themselves that they affect me. Like, they have to, because I affect them, they have to say that they're affecting me too, so they can feel more balanced out. Because what I really don't want is a whole bunch of people coming on here and showing me just how stupid the average person has to be to fall for this. I sure don't want people to come in and play the stupid role. Amazing how it works. Oil lanterns, and they didn't legislate at night. Oh, yeah, okay. Oil lanterns. Again, it's like the stupidity of not understanding just how big these places are. They're just all walking around. Excuse me. Like, if you've ever seen West Wing and you see the hustle and bustle going on in the show and in the, whatever building they're in, to think all that's happening, but people are walking. Excuse me, they have their lantern. Excuse me. Like, it's all just fucking stupid. It really is stupid. Our history is fucking stupid. We were capable of building these monumentous structures that don't go anywhere, that stay forever, built of some sort of material. They say it's one thing, but nothing we have lasts like that. Nothing we build just lasts forever. Lasts forever. This is something that all of us get it. It's just whether we let ourselves see it or not. Hey, look, we have another Trump supporting pedophile on here. I literally see Trump and MAGA and think, well, you're a pedo. I don't know how to think any other way at this point. We have another pedo. Hail Christ, says some dumbass. Built with marble, and it will, right? Because 1800s, they were just chopping up marble. Hammers and chisels, just throwing that marble around like it was nothing. Transporting it from one place to another. It wasn't as heavy back then. It wasn't as heavy. It's fucking stupid. This early in the morning and you're already thinking about little kids. I mean, what kind of even statement is that? Especially from a Trump supporter. This is how Trump supporters operate. They operate like their leader, where they're just stupid. They can't answer any questions, so you start bringing up Trump. Well, Biden. Well, what about when Trump did this? Biden. It's really fucking insane. You literally say the same shit every day, meaning you literally watch me every day, right? That's basically all you're saying, is I watch you every day and I beg for your attention because you're wrong. I won't tell you how or why, but you're wrong, mister. Us pedophile Trump supporters, we don't like people like you who think we should protect children. Look at all these dumb shits, man. Just dumb. I got crazy for a few minutes, like online equivalent. Yeah. So you watch crazy people. I mean, again, these are the people who are coming in here to call me crazy because I think we should kill pedos. Who the fuck do you think is gonna say that shit? Mm-hmm. And look at how, because again, it's not like they can address. I mean, there was one person who tried. You know, oh, they did it by oil light and all. Like, at least he tried. But these guys can't do anything. They're here every day. This guy must have set an alarm. It's Sunday morning, and a lot of these guys claim to be from California. California. So it's at least 5:30 there. It's what's almost 6 now, but we started at 5:30 a.m. 5:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and they're here mad at the guy who thinks we should kill pedos. No, I agree on the pedo thing. You're Y-O-U-R crazy over the submarines. Yeah, I'm also crazy over using the correct words, especially when you try to act like you're super smart. I see a high level of trolling here. Why? Are there reasons? They don't give you that. You ask people why they are here, and they won't say anything. Right? You ask people to explain themselves and to, this guy is talking about killing pedos and eliminating the J control. What are you doing? Why are you here? Why did you set your alarm to be here? Why do you come here every single day? You'd think it would be a pretty simple question to answer, right? You would think when asked the direct question, they would jump at the opportunity to answer said question. But they don't. Well, I know, I'm agreeing with you. Right? I don't understand, other than these are pedos. These are the same pedos that still support Trump. These are Jays. These are Israelis. It's either Jays, Israelis, or pedos, or a combination of both. Otherwise, I really don't understand who would be so dedicated to opposing me, but only with stupidity, not actually debunking anything said. And look, I flat out say Trump supporters are pedos, and this guy goes, Trump! Right? Because he can't come on here and be like, fuck yeah, I'm a pedo, I like raping kids. And he can't say that shit. People will figure out who he is and go show up at his house. So he just says the next best thing. It's like how, at least socially, up until now, the MAGA hat, Trump in general, represented racism, sexism, and homophobia. If you said, I'm a Trump supporter, it's a safe bet to assume you're a racist, homophobic, piece of shit. And the whole pedophile stuff is actually a really well-known thing with Trump. You can find my videos going as far back as you can, where I'm asking, like, how does everybody ignore all the Trump pedo stuff? We're talking about Epstein's best buddy, the man who covered up his death and covered up the investigation. And then when we kept pushing, they locked us down with COVID. Trump's administration locked us down. Funny how the Trump supporters love to forget that. I've actually had multiple Trump supporters tell me it was Biden that locked everyone down. And, it's not surprising when they say, you are wrong. Biden locked everyone down. Obviously, they ain't too smart. But this is, and the thing is, like, this is how Israel does their thing. If anybody can point to the video debate, you know, where an Israeli, a Jay, is asked serious questions about their beliefs and what's going on, and they answer it with anything other than it's biblical or, you know, you can't say that. Show me some sort of reasonable, intelligent, Jays are okay, Israel's okay debate. Oh, so you're an anti-Semite. No. I'm proud of my anti-Semitism because I know what words mean. So let's educate the masses real quick. So we don't want any accusations of funny business. So we'll go Semitism definition into the Google machine. We will pull up the Merriam-Webster definition and meaning. Semitism, Merriam-Webster.
Semitism.
Okay, we're on the Semitism page.
Semitism. Semitism. Semitism.
Okay. Number 1A, a Semitic character or qualities. Number 1B, a characteristic feature of a Semitic language occurring in another language. Number 2, policy or predisposition favorable to Jews. Policy or predisposition favorable to Jews. Policy and predisposition, the rules and regulations, the laws, the policies. And the predisposition is how you go into it thinking. So before you know any of the details, before you know even if there are Jews involved, you have in your head, you're like, well, if Jews are involved, they're going to get the favor. That's predisposition. It's supremacy. When the demand is that the laws, rules, regulations, and the way people think give any one group a supremacy, give them favor over everyone else. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter, you know, what your actions are. What matters is if you identify as something. And don't give me that bullshit that it's a race, because it's not. I can't convert to Chinese. If I start going like this and talking like this, real stereotypical shitty, and then I'm like, okay, I'm Chinese now. Nobody's gonna, you know, nobody's gonna placate that. Nobody's gonna accommodate that and be like, okay, Mr. Ping Pao Pang, you are Chinese now. Thank you very much. I am Chinese. Like, that doesn't work that way. However, I could get me a goofy little hat, you know, make my sideburns real long, not take a shower for a long time, and walk around and be like, now I'm Jewish. And nobody could say anything. I'm allowed to convert to Judaism. You can convert to ideals. You can convert to identities, but you can't convert to a race. And so when you hear this nonsense, look, James is doubling down on his pedo stuff. And the Palestine stuff, again, Palestine is such a small piece. It's obviously it's the worst of what's happening right now. But I can't say free Palestine to the Lebanese, to the Syrians, to the Iranians, you know, to the Yemeni, to any of those people in that region that are also being victimized, because it's not about free Palestine. I don't even know what that is. You know, is it Palestine pre-2023, Palestine pre-2206 or 2006, pre-1983, pre-1967, 1948, 1919? Like, when are we talking about free Palestine? And does that mean that the United States comes in and puts in a monarchy, a Christian or a Muslim monarchy? Because that's not free either. So the rally cry isn't free Palestine. That's the one they allow us to have. Just like they allow us to say, oh, I am against, it's Zionism. I'm opposed to Zionism. You know, you're allowed to say that, at least sort of. But you're definitely not allowed to say, I don't support this cult. This is a cult, a disgusting, pedophilic, you know, rapist, murderous cult, and I don't support that. That's off limits. Oh, you want some drugs? Oh, you should probably get off that fentanyl shit. That's gonna kill you. ADL needs to be destroyed, not get a life. ADL needs to be destroyed. The ADL needs to be destroyed. The cult needs to be eliminated. APAC absolutely needs to be destroyed. The people you upset with isn't the innocent people caught in the middle. You upset with the leaders. Don't punish the innocents. There are no innocents. You can't be like, oh, well, I'm a NAMBLA member. I mean, I don't actually partake in raping the children, but I'm a NAMBLA member. You don't get to say that. You don't get to be a fringe part of the cult and get the, oh, it's okay. It's okay. You know all this stuff is happening. You could have said something for years now and you chose not to. It's okay. The entire cult calls me Goyim. It doesn't matter if you're the nice ones to my face. You're nice to my face. You call me Goyim. You think we're all Goyim. And anybody that believes that their cult is born superior to the rest of us, that we're not all just equal, that's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem. If you live in Israel, you are complicit. If you live in Israel and if you support Israel, and not just living in it, but see that again, Israel is just the illusion. Israel is just a place with an identity. Like, they tell us Israel exists. They define it. They say, all right, these are the borders of Israel. But Israel doesn't have any sort of thought. Israel is not an entity. It's just a place. It's like the front yard. You know? You don't blame the front yard for the murderer, right? You know? A murderer lives there, so let's take out his house. Never mind the murderer, the house. No. It's the cult. The cult is the problem. Red heifers being burned over there by
Semitism.
Well, I just thought it would say it again. Bruh, pacing around the park talking geopolitics on YouTube is a waste of time. Gotta love this park I'm in. And what I should be doing, even though it's what has you here, so it couldn't be that big of a waste of time, what I should be doing is talking about what? What would make you happy there, doofus? Yes, the trailer park, yes. There is a trailer park in the middle of all these houses. All these houses, there's a trailer park right in the middle of them. So if a book says a group of people are the best of all people and simultaneously says anyone who isn't them are the worst of all creatures, that's a no-no? Yeah, I would imagine if you use that book or that ideal, that thought process as the foundation of who you are. Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, when I win the presidency in 2028, because I'm running for president in 2028, you know, the platform I'm running on, one of the main things is that we no longer allow the cult to exist in the United States. Everybody that is involved in the cult has the opportunity to denounce it and say, no, 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 I don't want to be a part of this cult anymore. I think we're all here together. I love everybody. Let's work together, make the world a better place. Or you can continue to say that you're a cult member. And if you're a cult member, the last little bit of money that you'll get from us is your ticket back to Israel. We're going to send all of you, we're going to give you guys Israel. We're going to put the Palestinians up here in the United States with a free life, free. What's been done to you at our hands, you know, it's our fault. It's the United States' fault that the Palestinians have been decimated like they have been. We're the ones that supply all the money, all the artillery, the jets, all of it. We give Israel that, so it's our responsibility. And so the olive branch will be extended to the Palestinians. Come here, we'll set you up, we'll set your family up, you know. However long you choose to live here, you will be free. You will get a free card every month with $5,000 on it. Who gives a fuck? So you can feed your family and do whatever it is to do. Rent's paid, all that shit. And there's the promise that when the land opens back up, you will have the first tickets to the land, so you can go reclaim your household, reclaim your spot. Because I'm pretty sure without the United States there, without the threat of the United States looming, Israel doesn't last very long. The Palestinians shouldn't attack Israel then. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. So 2023, prior to the October 7th false flag where no Israelis were killed and no Israelis were taken hostage, other than maybe Hannibal directive kind of shit, where, you know, on record, the way the Israelis think is they would rather, if you get taken hostage, they're going to kill you. One, so you can't be used as a bargaining chip. Two, so you can't divulge any secrets. And three, if they can take you out and the people that kidnapped you or took you hostage, well, then that's a win, you know. That's how sick these fuckers are. Right? That's how insane this is. But prior to the October 7th false flag where no Israelis died or were taken hostage, it was setting up. It was set up to be the deadliest year for the Palestinians since 2006. The Israelis had killed at least 240. I can't ever remember if it's 240 or 243 or 273. I think it's 273, but I like to go conservative just in case. So it was by the time October 7th had rolled around, they were killing more than one person a day on average. And it was setting up to be the deadliest year for the Palestinians since 2006. Second only to 2002, which was the deadliest year for the Palestinians since 2006. Second only to 2001. So every single year, they are upping the total of civilians that were killed in their, illegal nightly raids, where they would, 3, 4 in the morning. Just go. I'll take. Yeah. They were doing their illegal nightly raids, where they would, they're still doing that shit. But like 3, 4 in the morning, they would just kick in a door and start shooting, taking hostages. They were just on a massive killing spree prior to October 7th's false flag. And there's literally no proof that any Israelis died. The only proof you have is the narrative the IDF gives us, and all they ever do is lie. I don't necessarily agree with that either, but then again, the First Amendment makes it difficult to abolish it. Well, unless you're Trump, who is absolutely going after the First Amendment. All you America First Trump supporters should be furious at Trump's policies towards the First Amendment, towards free speech, towards the right to protest, to redress our grievances with our government, free press, freedom of religion, the 5 elements of the First Amendment. Trump is destroying that for Israel. Most people in the don't believe the shit coming out of your mouth. Yeah. You have never been to Israel. I have lived here my entire life. So you are a horrible, disgusting, pedophile piece of shit then. Somebody that says they live in Israel is just the worst of the worst. One of the hostages released was in Gaza for over 10 years. Sure he was. Sure he was. I know I believe it because some dumb Jay is saying it. Israel is the only place in the Middle East where all are welcome. Yeah, right. So, the false flag on October 7th, September 29th. Despite the fact that Israel not only didn't comply with the requirements necessary, but basically refused to, Israel was put into the visa waiver program, meaning the Israelis can travel to and from the United States without any visa restrictions or requirements, right? There's a few stipulations, but one of them is that, you know, it needs to be both ways. Americans need to be able to travel to and from Israel without any sort of hiccups or anything, to be treated as though, you know, they're a part of the country just as well. And everyone's welcome there but reporters, right, and journalists. All is welcome in Israel except anyone who documents anything, anyone who speaks out against the cult. Okay? Like this is just so stupid. But I'm so glad they're here showing you how stupid they are. Let me break this down. People will show images of Gaza pre-war and call it beautiful and a paradise, but will also say Gaza was an open-air prison since 1948. Which one is it? Oh, it couldn't be both. It couldn't be both. It's an either or. Yeah. There was a, so let's take our advice from people who know things, right? Because we don't know who these fake-ass comments are. They're probably Team Jorge. They're probably act.il. But here, let's hear from Naftali Bennett. At this point, he's a former Israeli prime. So from 2019 to 2022, Israel had 6 prime ministers. Unheard of bullshit. But it was Netanyahu, then it was Benny Gantz, then it was Netanyahu again, then it was this guy, Naftali Bennett, who was the prime minister, not the president, they have a president and a prime minister, who was the prime minister from June of 21 to June of 2022, where he then steps down in this unprecedented move, even though he didn't really, he became like the de facto, the black pope. He became the black prime minister, where he was behind the scenes, and instead, this piece of shit talking head, this absolute terrorist piece of shit called Yair Lapid, stepped in, and he was the prime minister from June until November, when the people overwhelmingly put Netanyahu, Bezalel Smotrich, Itmar Ben-Gvir, these are war criminals. These are people under indictment or who have served time, along with Avi Moaz and a bunch of other people in this coalition. This was the most openly supremacist coalition to ever exist in Israel. And they ran on the platform that they were going to retake Gaza. They promised they'd be doing what they were doing right now. It's good thing it just happened to work out. They also put Netanyahu in a way where he can't be removed. He's a dictator. The only way he gets removed is if he dies or is killed or steps down. But Yair Lapid, back when this was filmed in 2010, was just a piece of shit Israeli operative. Just an agent, high-ranking agent, but hadn't been prime minister yet. So this is Naftali Bennett talking to IsraelNationalNews.com.
Moetzet Yesh, in conjunction with My Israel, has arranged instruction day for wiki editors. The goal of the day is to teach people how to edit in Wikipedia, which is the #1 source of information today in the world. As a way of example, if someone searches the Gaza flotilla, we want to be there. We want to be the guys who influence what is written there, how it's written, and to ensure that it's balanced and Zionist in nature.
Okay. So hearing that should just send chills down anyone's spine. The idea that by 2010, Wikipedia is already the #1 source of information in the world. And the arrogant Israelis send this doofus over to teach the editors how to do their job. Because apparently they had gotten to the point where they were the #1 source of information in the world, but it wasn't balanced and Zionist enough for Israel, so they had to teach. Now, he says, for example, because, there's a lot of people that will try to hide from what's being said. For example, the Gaza flotilla. Well, what is the Gaza flotilla? Well, the Gaza flotilla is the original Greta Thunberg story, except this time it involves Ken O'Keefe. It involves Ken O'Keefe. Interesting how this is where Ken O'Keefe sort of comes from. But the Gaza flotilla, the 2010 Gaza Freedom Flotilla, was a small fleet of ships by the Free Gaza Movement and the Turkish Foundation for Human Rights and Freedoms for Humanitarian Relief, carrying humanitarian aid and construction materials with the intention of breaking the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip. Right? So the blockade around Gaza has been there forever. Yes, since 2023, after the false flag operation, Israel has ramped up the genocide. But the genocide has been happening since the beginning. I mean, Israel's foundation is bullshit. Israel shouldn't exist. The holocaust, the bullshit holocaust narrative that is the excuse. World War I, World War II were all about establishing Israel. World War I was about creating British Mandate Palestine. So the Palestinian people wouldn't have their own military, wouldn't have their own governance. They would completely become reliant on the British. And after 30 years, they were. They believed that the British had their backs. They believed the British would protect them, the British military, blah, blah, blah. It was called British Mandate Palestine. And then they instituted World War II and the Holocaust, which gave the reason, gave the excuse that because of something that supposedly happened in Germany, hundreds of miles away, 1,000 miles away, the Palestinians should just be forced to give up their land. Should be happy with only 46% of their original land, or 44% of their original land. The 1936-37 or 46-47 Gaza petition was like this thing where they just said, okay, all you Palestinians, we're going to take 56% of your land. The option is we take 56% of your land and we'll give it to them because they want it. And rightfully so, the Palestinians said no. It's them being difficult. And in turn, they lost 90% of their land. And they've literally been fighting for the 10% of the land they had left this whole time. Nobody would give up. I don't care who it is. If somebody came to your house and was like, all right, I'm going to take over the bottom floor. You just go up, you get the upstairs, no bathroom, no fridge, no none of that. You have this one little area of your house and you're going to be like, okay, let's do that. Nobody in their right mind would do that. So I'm just going to skip through a bunch of crybaby. Look up the Balfour Declaration, 1917. But it should be called the Rothschild Declaration. The Balfour Declaration is just the ruse to keep people from realizing who's actually responsible for it, which is the Balfour Declaration. But it's Rothschild. It's been a plan for a very long time. And so they did the Balfour Declaration, the Rothschild Declaration, which is this start, which led into World War I, which laid it out. But the thing is, the Balfour Declaration is what the average person thinks is like the first mentions of a Jewish homeland, but it's not. And people need to understand that the Uganda scheme proposal was all the way back in the late 18s, early 19s, where they were talking about giving the Jewish people a large portion of Uganda until they could take over Palestine. Theodore Herzl and Eliezer Ben Yehuda, the guy that invented Hebrew, because Hebrew was invented in the late 18s, early 19s. It wasn't revived, it was invented by a guy called Eliezer Ben Yehuda, who wrote the first Hebrew dictionary. And it's all connected. It's all connected across the board. They prey on humanity who they consider livestock. Yes, Goyim are cattle. We are the cattle. Right? Right. The thing is, their religion, they think wiping themselves in chicken blood relieves them. No, that's not it. It's called kaparat or kaparat, but I think it's kaparat. And the chicken is substitute for a human. It initially was human sacrifice. And it probably still is in a lot of ways. We just don't focus on it because they tell us not to. But what they do is they wave a chicken around over their head, and somehow that chicken absorbs all of their sins. They then kill the chicken and give that sin-filled chicken to poor people to eat. So if you believe it's true, like it's not true, but if you believe that you are imbibing this chicken, imbuing, if you believe that you're honestly putting your sins into this chicken, you're then feeding it to Goyim afterward, like that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Israel stood down on October 7th. It was a operation. Hebrew was not invented in the 1800s. Okay, let's check this out then, because I'm lying. Let's see what happens when you actually know things. Eliezer Ben Yehuda, born Eliezer Yitzhak Perlman, January 7th, 1858, December 16th, 1922, a Russian Jewish linguist, lexicographer. Again, he's Russian Jewish. You never hear it, you never see it say he's Russian Christian. You'll see that. Jewish, I guess, is the thing. Lexicographer and journalist who immigrated to Jerusalem in 1881 when the Ottoman Empire still ruled it. He is renowned as the lexicographer of the first Hebrew dictionary. Ben Yehuda was the primary driving force behind the revival of the Hebrew language. So I'm to believe that it just disappeared for a long time, and then this guy revived it. To accomplish the task, Ben Yehuda insisted with the Committee of the Hebrew Language that, to quote the committee records, in order to supplement the deficiencies of the Hebrew language, the committee coins words according to the rules of grammar and linguistic analogy from Semitic roots, Aramaic, and especially Arabic roots. That's why when you put a mirror up to Arabic, you get Hebrew. If there were all these Hebrew scrolls and Hebrew, engravings and Hebrew books from back in the day and all this shit, well, why would they need to supplement it? Shouldn't they get all their words from all the previous examples that somehow in the late 1800s, early, but why would they need to you're telling me throughout all of history, nobody ever invented a Hebrew dictionary until 1903 or so? That just seems weird. And where did the language go? Yiddish survived. Why didn't Hebrew survive? Hebrew is the old fucking, the ancient language and the blah, blah, blah. And literally, you only know this shit because they tell us to know it. You don't actually know how much of this is real. But this is before people are crying. This is literally the narrative that Israel wants us to know, remember? Naftali Bennett says that they control Wikipedia so that it has a balanced Zionist, so it's balanced and Zionist in nature. In 1903, Ben Yehuda, along with many others of the Second Aliyah, supported Theodore Herzl's Uganda Scheme proposal, where again, they were going to make Uganda the Jewish homeland until they could overtake Palestine. But the reason they didn't is because, one, Uganda was too far out of the way, and two, it would have required a lot of work. It would require a lot of self-work, of them working hard to establish this community. And because times were changing, they couldn't just enslave the black people of Uganda and still look okay. They couldn't do it. They weren't about to do all the work necessary. That's labor. They're not going to do that. And if they can't enslave the people, because, in Palestine, they all look the same. Jews and Palestinians, Israelis and Palestinians, they look the same. They're the same people. Well, that's not true. That's not true, actually. Theoretically, that's the truth. New studies have come out saying that 95% of the Israelis today don't have Semitic roots, don't have Semitic blood. They're from Ukraine, they're from Europe, they're from America. 95% of the Israelis that are killing the Semitic Palestinians don't have any Semitic blood. Ben Yehuda raised his son Ben Zion, meaning son of Zion, entirely in Hebrew. He did not allow his son to be exposed to other languages during childhood, and even berated his wife for singing a Russian lullaby because, they're Russian. His son thus became the first native speaker of modern times. I'm just making that up though, guys. I just made that whole thing up. And the thing is, again, does anybody think that these idiots in the comments actually know any of this shit? They don't know any of this shit. They're not used to the average goyim who is, more than average, who knows things that he's not supposed to know. They expect to be able to say, that's anti-Semitism, and you're just supposed to go, oh, no, sir, no, I don't want to do that, no. The last thing you're supposed to say is, you're damn right. I am 100% proud to not support supremacy. I am completely against supremacy in all of its forms. They don't want you knowing these things. So, just so people understand too, the efforts, the lengths that they'll go to ensure that we stay stupid, right? So, we could sit here and ask the comment section over and over again, why are you here? What motivates you to be here day after day after day for hours at a time, begging for my attention with stupidity? And they won't answer you. They leave it up to us to get the answer. So I believe I can answer for why there are so many trolls in the comments that are, trolling the guy who says we should kill pedos and we should eliminate the J control scheme. So we can stop the genocide, so we can stop, all of it, the slavery. Right? I personally can't figure out, like Alex Rosen. Alex Rosen is a piece of shit J as far as I'm concerned. Right? But Alex Rosen does really great work. Gordon Flowers. He hunts pedophiles. And because of that, he will receive no resistance from me. I might not like him, might think he's a complete douchebag in every other sense of the word, but he's it's funny when you say things like douchebag, pussy, all that stuff. It's amazing how many negative words are associated with female. So many things that have to do with the female body, especially the vagina, are you cunt, you pussy, you douchebag, all these things that the Jays who absolutely have zero respect for women and who think their vaginas are so toxic that they build the mikvah. Before they even build the temple for worship, they build the mikvah, which is the special bath that the Jay women have to take once a month to cleanse their vaginas from menstruation. That's how sick these fucking people are. Go ahead, tell me what I'm wrong about. So you ask these people, tell me what I'm wrong about. Tell me why you're here. Tell me what's going on. What motivates you to Sunday morning, you set an alarm, you're from California, you set an alarm for 5:30 on Sunday morning just so you can get up and come to my feed and talk your crybaby shit, but not actually answer any of the questions or successfully debunk anything I'm saying. You're mainly here to shoot the messenger. So the people that might be here, realistically, and they might be on the fence about these things, if you can say I'm crazy, well then maybe they're less likely to believe it because I'm crazy. So you ask these people, like, what's motivating you? And they won't tell you, right? They have nothing to say. The mikvah, you know a lot of Yiddish words. Yeah, I know enough. I'm not your average goyim. I can make the argument. You guys are sick motherfuckers who need to be removed. But let's go back to this. So this is Team Jorge. Team Jorge, keep in mind, is just one Israeli Black Ops organization. They have hundreds, if not thousands, of well-funded Black Ops organizations. This is the one that just happened to be exposed. Team Jorge is the name given to an outfit of Israeli contractors. Now remember, this is such commonplace information that it's on Wikipedia. You don't have to be some super detective, some super sleuth to be able to figure this out. All you have to do is go look it up for yourself. I suggest you actually read the articles regarding Team Jorge, but this synopsis that Israel put together on Wikipedia is pretty telling. Outfit of Israeli contractors specialized in the use of malign cyber activities, including hacking, sabotage, and bot farm-run social media disinformation campaigns to manipulate the outcomes of elections. They can't fuck with your page. They can only manipulate elections. They can't fuck with a random YouTube page. Come on, dude. The group was exposed in February of 2023. February, not February, February 2023, after an award-winning undercover operation by journalists from, it says from Israel and France, but when you look down a little bit more, you'll see it's actually from France, Germany, Indonesia, Israel, Kenya, Spain, Tanzania, and the United States. The organization has been active since at least 2015 on paper, and that's, just before Russia interfered with the 2016 election. I assume on Trump's behalf. I haven't seen any proof of this or actually any concrete evidence of any of this or even explanation of how they interfered with the election. But they supposedly interfered with the election to get Trump to win, but then Trump lost by 2,700,000 votes, meaning 2.7 million more people voted for Hillary than they did Trump, who, just like he promised to end all the wars within 24 hours in one phone call, cut the gas and food prices in half. He also promised to drain the swamp. Remember that? I'm going to drain the swamp. The swamp basically being AIPAC. He's going to drain the swamp. Remember that? AIPAC is a direct association with Team Jorge. And it was the AIPAC swamp that overrode our 2.7 million votes for the third time in modern history, the first two times being when George Bush Jr. won, and put Trump in office anyway. We didn't vote Trump in. AIPAC put Trump in. So when they tell you it's Russia, it's probably Israel. And boasts of having manipulated 33. If you know 33, you know 33. If you don't, you're probably like, why does I always see 33 everywhere? Especially when it comes to COVID. So many different cities decided to do a press conference to announce that there were 33 cases or 33 new cases during COVID. Weird, huh? If you look into the 33 thing, you'll probably be blown away. Masons and all that bullshit. And for those that don't know, the origins of Freemasonry is Judaism. It all comes back around. Their activities were revealed. No. They manipulated 33 presidential elections worldwide. Don't worry, white people. Many of them were in Africa. Many, meaning 4 or more. And in 27 cases with successful results. 27 out of 33 times. That's 82% of the time. This secret organization attempted to manipulate a presidential election. They were successful. 82% of the time. If it was a baseball player and he hit, he was hitting .82. That's the greatest hitter of all time. By far. Like the best hitters of all time. I think the best season on average is Ted Williams, and it's just over 400, meaning just over 40% of the time. Or no, it's right at 40%. Like he hit 400 for the year, or maybe he hit 399, but they rounded it up or some shit. I don't remember. But that's considered the greatest, batting average of all time, and that's him hitting the ball 4 out of 10 times. These guys are hitting the ball 8 out of 10 times. 82% of the time they are successful. Their activities were revealed following a 2022 sting operation in Tel Aviv carried out by 3 undercover journalists who posed as prospective clients and filmed their interactions with Tal, T-A-L, Hanan, H-A-N-A-N, the group's leader and former Israeli Special Forces operative, in which he explained the inner workings of the organization. He said Team Jorge has existed for more than 2 decades, not 2015, 2 decades, and has been engaged in propaganda and disinformation activities in more than 30 countries. Their services have been available to government intelligence agencies, political campaigns, and private companies that wish to covertly manipulate public opinion. And this is on Wikipedia. This is such common knowledge. This is so, obvious and available that all you have to do is look it up on Wikipedia, and they literally tell you about this just one Israeli Black Ops organization that does all these things. That's how brazen they are. One of the organization's primary tools is a software package called Advanced Impact Media Solutions, or AIMS. The software automates centralized control of thousands, according to the articles. The summary doesn't quite do it justice. As many as 30,000 bot profiles at a time, and it's not even like accurate to call them bots, because this technology that nobody had seen before, nobody knows anything, like it's an unprecedented technology. They said it's more like avatars. And each profile has multiple profiles, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube or whatever. The same avatar controls multiple platform profiles. Fake social media profiles on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, you name it. You would think this would be like worldwide biggest story. Israel is admitting to an 82% successful capability of interfering with elections all across the world. And remember, this is just one. They have multiple organizations using this same technology. So, that covers the automated computer side of it, right? But that's not it. There's also act.il, and act.il is actually on a locked page. So lots of people will cry, well, anybody can edit Wikipedia. You can't. You might be allowed to suggest an edit that will then go to the editors that Naftali Bennett was talking about. And the editors will decide whether your comment is balanced and Zionist in nature. If it's not, they just remove it. If it works, they might, allow your edit. But for Wikipedia to just let anybody edit their software, anybody edit their page or their presentation without any sort of oversight or policing would be detrimental to Wikipedia itself. Because all somebody would have to do is click edit, click select all, click delete, and then click save, and they could just wreak havoc on Wikipedia. They could destroy so many hours worth of work. But everybody knows you don't just make an edit on Wikipedia and it's just there. That's not how it works. But, I do have to cover that because crybabies will hide behind that excuse every single time. It's like so many other things. People love to get into arguments or discussions or debates when they don't have the weaponry necessary. They don't have the knowledge base necessary to have this conversation, but they still do. So act.il was a social networking service used by supporters of Israel to oppose, quote, online anti-Israel content, such as boycott, divestments, and sanctions, the BDS movement. Its activities were referred to as an, quote, online propaganda campaign and, quote, a virtual situation room for pro-Israeli experts. Now, I implore you to pay attention here. Act.il directed its users to, quote, missions to like, comment on, and share pro-Israel material on social media. Missions. It also asked users to flag, report, and respond to criticisms of Israel. Users were guided how to respond, which might entail writing a reply using the provided talking points. So it's not like they were taught how to respond, you know, oh, Israel is good. The Israelis are good. The Jays are good. This is what we do. This is why we're good. You know, they don't respond with anything like that. They've been programmed to respond with, you know, crackhead and you know, I always forget these fucking stupid things. You know, I don't pay enough attention. We'll see them as they pop up. You'll see that the comment section will say the same things. Random schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a big one. Meth. They love to say they claim the meth thing. They you know, job. You don't have a job. Like, there are these points, these provided talking points that they have been given in order how to respond. And obviously they weren't taught to respond in a positive way, because there is no positive. There is no good to them being here, to us continuing to accommodate the Metitza Bapeh cult. You know, we should be absolutely up in arms opposing this piece of shit, but we don't, because we've been tricked. The app also provided users with ready-made memes promoting Israel's perspective for them to share. By completing missions, pay attention, users earned points, unlocked badges, and had their scores displayed on leaderboards. They turned trolling into a real-life video game with real-life benefits, prizes. The badges are prizes. Trips here and there, bonuses here and there, extra car, whatever it may be. And again, this is all commonplace. This isn't like some secret knowledge nobody can find out unless you have a special access to a certain server, blah, 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 blah. Israelis are descendants of Bolsheviks that killed 60 million Christians up until 1953. They want to rule the world and be the only race, only pure race. But they're not a race. They're not a race to begin with. You can't convert to a race. Like I've said before, I hate saying it, but I can't start talking all stereotypical. You know, again, the stereotypes about Asians. You know who created all of those? The people who control Hollywood, who created that stereotypical image with the buck teeth and they always talk like this. So if I start doing that, if I start talking like that, and I squint my eyes, and I demand that everybody calls me Chinese because I've converted to Chinese, I've changed my name to Ping Pao Poo, is everybody gonna, you know, oblige that? Well, this is my Chinese friend here. And I'm like, hello. All stereotypical asshole. I hate, like I say, I hate doing it, but to prove the point, would everybody be like, well, he converted. He converted. He converted to Chinese. No. No, nobody would say that. You can't convert to a race. Sammy Davis Jr., Nell Carter, these are black people who converted to Judaism because it's not a race. It's a belief structure. Again, 95% of Israelis don't have Semitic blood. They are European, they are Russian, they are Ukrainian, they are American. They are not Semitic. Where they claim Israel is, where is Israel is the better question. Israel is in the mind. Israel is wherever they say it is. Somebody says, that's absolutely not true. Okay, so instead of saying dumb blanket shit, why don't you say which part isn't true and why? The Bolsheviks from Russia, absolutely. Brother, you can compare America to North Korea. Yeah, we're getting there, that's for sure. Look at the percentage. I don't give a shit what identifiable, like what thing you, well, it's just like all of you Christians out there. You're all really Catholics. But apparently somebody at some point just decided that they were going to be Catholics, but not this kind of Catholic. They were going to be, I'm going to call this Protestant. We're going to call this Mormon. Well, Mormon's different, but Pentecostal and Baptists and all the, we're going to call ourselves all these different things. You're just Catholics who aren't, good enough Catholics to follow the rules that are provided to you. And all Jays are the same. They're all fucking bad. You can't belong to the cult and be like, well, I'm a cult member, but, look at me differently. When was the last time you heard a whole bunch of Jays condemning Matitza Bapay? Ever, actually. When have you ever heard of that? Matitza Bapay being the cutty slicey sucky that they do to babies 8 days after being born. Unlike us, we get circumcised within hours of being born, causing fucking immeasurable trauma to every single male in the United States, which is probably why we have such a huge prison population and a population so obsessed with dicks. Because one of the very first things we experience as males in the United States is trauma unlike anything anyone can even fucking imagine. And we do that, we willingly allow them to do it to our kids, because we don't do it ourselves. They do it to us. And if you actually saw the process, there's no way you would ever let your kids, you would ever allow that to be done to your kid. You just have no idea. And if you look at the difference between a newborn baby and an 8-day-old baby, it's night and day. The 8-day-old baby has basically doubled in size. The 8-day-old baby has experienced love, happiness, warmth, soft, food, laughter, sunshine. They've experienced all these things. They have other experiences before they have the trauma party. With us, man, this is one of the very first things, like these innocent, frail little newborns are put through this insane trauma. It's such a horrible, horrible fucking thing. And the reason they wait the 8 days is because, again, the woman's vagina is so toxic that it takes 7 days to purify the baby, so that on the 8th day, the moil can do the cutty, slicey, sucky without having to worry about vagina contamination. He said 95 of Israeli Jews are white European. Did I say those words? Isn't it funny how, again, this is just more stupid Jay. This is how they do it. They argue things in order for them to be able to argue it. They'll make up the narrative so they can argue it. If I said 95% of Israeli Jews are European, white Europeans, well, that would be an easy thing to argue, because it's just simply not true. But this is how they operate. He can't actually argue what I'm saying, and that 95% of the Israelis don't have Semitic blood. That's a completely different argument. But of course, he can't focus on that because they're inbred and stupid. If you don't believe in it, just keep scrolling. But they hate God. Well, I hate God. I hate the idea of God. I don't hate God because God doesn't exist, but I hate the idea of God. Atheists have a God that doesn't exist. It's hilarious. Who has a God that doesn't exist? What's more hilarious, if you will, is that all of you Christians have been tricked into thinking you're second class in your own belief structure. You all believe that the group, the bad guys of your Bible, because Satan isn't the main bad guy in the Bible. As a matter of fact, Satan is like, God really loves him some Satan. God's always trying to impress Satan. Just read the Job story. God's a fucking simp for Satan. But the bad guys of your Bible are the children of Abraham. So the idea that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism are considered Abrahamic religions should tell you something. But the people that kill your superhero, your Jesus, your Christian God's only begotten son, you've been tricked into believing that they are your Christian God's favorite chosen people. Because the Bible is all Jewish. All of the characters in the Bible are Jewish. All the narratives are Jewish. It's an obvious Jewish fairy tale. Even your Jesus was a Jew. You know that. They literally talk about the Gentiles as a separate group. Those Gentiles, not us Gentiles, those Gentiles. And yet you believe that you are one of those Gentiles. If you're not one of the chosen in the Bible, you're a slave. You're a slave. Pope Alexander VI commissioned the portrait of Jesus after his son, Caesar Borgia. I mean, that's the narrative we're given. I personally, being told about what happened prior to like 1900, I mean, even then, how do you believe it? Knowing that they lie about everything. Knowing that you grew up never learning about Tartaria. Never learning about the Rosicrucians. You know? That you're told that the Empire State Building was built in 400 days. In 1931. In fucking New York. Where at least 4 or 5 months of brutal winter, somehow they were able to build the Empire State Building. By the way, if you're watching, don't forget to like, share, and sub. Apparently that shit helps. So I appreciate anybody that does. There's a reward for it. I bribe you. Free music. www.the-bilderberg-group.com. Link will be in the description after the fact. Seems like if I put the links in beforehand, the feed goes nowhere. But like, share, sub. Show the system that you're not some dumb goyim who's just going to do what they want. Or, if I'm wrong, smash that dislike button. Grrr, smash it. Smash it. Understand what we're up against here, people. The only thing Jesus asks you, Dylan, is to believe in him. Does he? Is that what Jesus asks you? He also tells you to listen to your slave masters like you would listen to him, right? When you look at the Bible and you look at what the narrative is, because the narrative of the Bible is that you, the average everyday Christian, are secondary. You're just a slave. You're one of the 2,800 slaves, Gentile slaves that they all get when the Messiah shows up. You're nothing. You're shit. That's how they see you. You're a cattle. If you look at how you're trained to believe from birth, your parents standing over you go, here, believe in fairy tales, but only when it's this. All the other fairy tales aren't real, but this one is real. We won't provide you any proof or reasoning. Just trust us. You know what? Real quick. You know how I can prove you're all fucking lying pieces of shit? You're all arrogant liars who believe what you want to believe, not, only when you want to believe it do you believe it. You want to know the ultimate proof that you're just a goyim sheep? Arrogant as fuck goyim sheep? How many of you believe Oswald shot Kennedy? Lone gunman. shooting the impossible 8 shots and blah, blah, blah. How many of you believe that narrative? I would imagine it's none of you. None of you believe what you're supposed to believe. What the government tells you to believe is that Oswald shot Kennedy. And every single one of you is willing to say, no, my government is lying to me on this one. You're so arrogant. You think that you, average dumb goyim, can decipher all of the clues given, and you know that you know that the Kennedy thing isn't true. But when those same people tell you the earth is round, despite you being a good Christian who shouldn't believe the earth is round, you believe the earth is round because you choose to. If I ask any of you, why are you Christian? Have you debunked all the other religions out there? Did you debunk from some African country you've never heard of, their belief structure? Did you debunk that? Did you debunk Scientology? Did you debunk Islam? Did you debunk Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Mormonism? Did you debunk all those things? And when you got to Christianity, you were like, man, this is just such a well put together narrative. I just can't debunk it. So I'm going to believe this because it makes the most sense. Can any of you say that? No. Not a fucking one of you. Christ is the only one that rose from the dead. So you're like, you believe in Jesus because you like zombies, huh? I bet you're somebody that pushes the zombie apocalypse theory too, right? Zombie Jesus. Eat my body. Drink my blood, because that's not fucking weird. But the thing is, like, again, the arrogant Christian comes in because he's going to say, well, Jesus is the only one that did that. How do you know? Well, because I read the story. They told me to think that way, so that's how I think. Religion within itself is a belief. Believing in something by default makes it subjective to each person. God isn't real unless you believe he is. Even then, it's a belief, not fact. Ooh. Let's see if anybody actually addresses that, or do they just cry some more? I'm surprised you don't believe in the globe, because most Christians do. Yeah. I used to practice those heretical beliefs. And I was lost and he found me. I love this arrogance, right? So most of the time they'll say things like, God will reveal himself to you when you ask, when you look for it. But now this arrogant fuck is saying that God found him. He was lost and God found him. Too bad God doesn't want to help all those Christian Palestinians who have bombs being dropped on their fucking tent because they live in a tent, because the Israelis have already bombed their houses and their towns to bits, and they just happen to be lucky enough to survive to be then starved to death and or have bombs dropped on the tent that they live in. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. God loves you. They're not up. God loves you, but not them. All those children crying every day that they hope God protects them from the clergy that's going to rape. They're not up. Good morning. I just said for the third time, they're not up, dingus. I did. I said, they're not up. You walked over here. I said, they're not up. You walked over and waved. And I said, they're not up. Bye. If you give your life to Jesus, ooh. See, again, it starts turning real. And when it starts turning real, they can't fucking, it's like they short circuit. They just start regurgitating, rah! If you give your life to Jesus, rah! So again, all those children that are starving and dodging bombs, who are Christian, lots of Palestinians are Christian. they must not be praying the way that you do, right? And actually, let's be honest, God doesn't answer prayers. God answers tithing. So if they don't have a church where they can go give money to, God's not going to listen to them anyway, right? Respect the life of even the smallest of God's creations, from ants to spiders and everything else. Just not the Palestinians, right? Those poor children will have heaven after they die. Oh, will they? Says what? What if they weren't baptized? I know it used to be that if you weren't baptized, you know, you were stuck in purgatory, but then the church just sort of was like, purgatory doesn't exist anymore. But this is how they do it, right? They say, oh, well, you know, after they die, this is a typical Christian thing. Just follow the rules. Listen to the Jewish rulers and follow all the rules that you're given. Don't speak up. Don't stand out. Don't point out anything wrong. And then when you die, you go to heaven. Although none of you are going to heaven. Especially jackasses like this who are like, oh, well, I lived the bad life, but then I repented. I'm sure you repented for every single thing you ever did wrong because you remember all of it, right? And the whole loophole of repenting, it really only says that you'll live forever. It doesn't say that you're going to heaven. It just says that you'll live forever, meaning you could still burn in hell for all of eternity. But the truth is, none of you actually believe it. You know how you know? Because if you did actually believe that there was even a slight chance that you would go to hell for all of eternity, you know, Devil's got his little red suit on and his mustache, and he looks like a stereotypical gay guy, and he's got a little pitchfork, and he's going to poke you in the butt. Poke, poke, poke. You're in hell now. Burn, burn, burn. Poke, poke, poke. If you thought there was even the slightest chance that you would ever go to hell for what you do, you would, one, know your Bible inside and out, both New and Old Testament, just in case. And two, you would live by that shit. You would not break a single fucking rule because you don't want to risk going to hell for all of eternity. But all of you, unless you're a fucking piece of shit loser, and even then you pay for it. But all of you have had sex before you were married. All of you had sex for reasons other than procreation. A good lot of you has tattoos, has ear piercings. You've mutilated your body, you know. There are lots and lots of things that you do that condemn you to hell. A lot of it you don't even know because, again, most of you don't even know what the fuck your Bible says. Here we go. Listen to this. Bro, you don't know anything about God. How are you going to tell me about beliefs? You don't know shit. Looks like we hit a nerve. Looks like he's crying. Because instead of saying, dude, you're wrong about this. Here, let me explain it. Well, you got that one wrong. Here, this guy just starts crying. You don't know that. Fucking crybabies. Crybabies. God created you, and all you do is spread hate and confusion. God created me. Gee, I'm pretty sure my parents were having sex, just like your parents had sex. I know you don't like to think about Nana, your grandma, on her back getting fucked by Herbert, by Henry, her husband. He's fucking plowing her. And he's like, oh shit, I'm about to come. And she's like, come inside me. Normally she liked it on her face, but this time she was like, come inside me. And your grandfather was like, oh. And then your dad came, or your mom came around. And the process repeated. That's why you're here. Has nothing to do with God. But look at all these dumb shit. Look at these dumb shit. Jesus paid the debt to set us free. So who was owed that debt? Who came up to God and was like, knock, knock, knock? Ding dong. What the fuck? Knock, knock, knock. Hey, I hear you. I'm coming. Let me just put my pants on. I was watching the children I've given AIDS die, and I was jerking off to it because, I like that shit. Anyway, hey, what's going on? How can I help you? You're Todd God, right? Yeah, I am. So what? We're here representing the Council of Sins, and from our records, it looks like your Earth, yeah, the sin count is way too high. So you're gonna have to pay the debt for all these sins. And God was like, geez, how can I do that? And they were like, well, I don't know, you better figure out something. And God was like, I know. I will impregnate a version of myself with myself, and then I will persecute myself through different versions of myself and put myself up on the cross. I'm gonna impregnate the virgin, and then I'm gonna be that baby as well. I'm gonna walk around and do miracles and shit, and then I'll be put on the cross, and then I'll die. How about that? Will that cover my sins? And Sins Incorporated was like, all right, hang on, let me check. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Bill. Hey, it's Tom. How you doing? And Tom's like, what the fuck you want, Bill? I'm eating. Because, sales managers are douchebags. And he's like, oh, yeah, Bill, I'm great. How are you? What the fuck, Tom? Just get to it. Yeah, anyway, I'm sitting here with Todd God. He has a lovely house. You should see these paintings on his walls. All these children with AIDS dying. He's just, oh, it's so great. But he was wondering, I know we don't normally do this, but he was wondering if he could go down and become his own son and then kill himself on the cross. Could that be enough to die for the sins of all of the people for here on out forever? Would that cover it? And he's like, fucking A, Tom, why you always writing me this wood? Why you always writing me this bullshit? No, he said he's serious. He's going to do it. Tom, if he doesn't go down there and become his own son and then kill himself on the cross, you're fired, okay? Yeah, no, I understand. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. And click. Okay, yep. Okay, no, I will. All right, you have a great day. Kiss the wife for me. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Good news, Todd God. My manager told me you can do that. You can do you impregnate yourself with yourself and then kill yourself on the cross to die for the sins. Yes, that will cover your sin balance. That will cover your sin debt. Who did God have to answer to as far as the sins go? I mean, it's like so stupid. It really is embarrassingly stupid that anybody would ever fall for this shit. Oh, it looks like my feed's getting tanked. They don't like when we talk about this shit. Look at the Christian. The good Christian, instead of actually engaging in any of this and explaining any of this, now it's name calling and it's chemically imbalanced and all these other things, right? Aren't I just the way your God made me? Oh no, I'm filled with demons and the devil. Because comically powerless God can never seem to do anything. Nothing. What I do love, though, is how every time it's something bad, like, I don't know, the clergy that keeps getting caught raping children and paying people to shut the fuck up. Whenever it's that, the average Christian goes, oh, no, that's just free will. That's free will. God gave us free will. There's a God's plan, but there's also free will. Yet if somebody wins a race or catches the touchdown or wins the award for best song or whatever it is, and they go, well, first of all, I just want to say, without God, none of this is possible. So all praise be to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Nobody ever says, hey, none of that. No. You worked harder than everybody else did. You ran faster than everybody else. God had no fucking stake in the game. God didn't care which football team won the fucking game. That was all you. That was your free will. Your free will did that. Nobody ever says that. Nobody ever checks people for trying to give God credit for shit it didn't do. But anytime you try to say, oh, well, what about all the children that God is clearly eating God popcorn and just watching getting raped by clergy? Ooh, that one looks like it hurts.
Did he have the puppy with him when he came by?
Who?
Joe?
No. Let's see. The chariots that are in the bottom of the Red Sea from when the Jews fled from the Egyptians. Yeah, that's not true. And if there are chariots in the sea, it's not like there's any other way they could have gotten there. Because I'm so glad you brought this up. Do you guys understand that there is no Judaism, which is the foundation of all of it? Christianity comes out of Second Temple Judaism. What? I can't hear you. Oh, there is only Zool. You are right. Stupid pagan. Fuck, what was I saying? You messed me up. Forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, the Exodus. Exodus is essential to Judaism. Without the Exodus narrative, there is no Judaism. But Exodus is one of the dumbest stories ever written. It is so stupid that unlike a lot of biblical stuff, where they try to be like, well, it might be possible if maybe blah, blah, blah. With Exodus, across the board, every scholar, every person of any sort of intelligence says, yeah, that's bullshit. That story can't be true. It just can't be. How does 2 million people wander around the desert for 40 years, eating manna, eating the manna that shows up on the desert floor, and they have to harvest it every day because it doesn't last. Manna only lasts one day. So every single morning, the wives have to get out there and harvest enough manna for 2 million people to eat. Do you know how long it would take you to pick up, like if there was 2 million oranges on the ground, do you know how long it would take you to pick up 2 million oranges just so everybody could have one orange? To do that by hand, you wouldn't be able to do that every day. But apparently that's what happened, unless, of course, it was for Passover. You know, they're not supposed to work on Passover or on the Sabbath. So on the Sabbath days, the manna would last an extra day. They could harvest it and it would last an extra day, just so they wouldn't have to do any work on the Sabbath. Like, people will say dumb shit like, the chariots on the bottom. They don't know the fucking story. Exodus is as dumb as it gets. Literally, it's just stupid, start to finish. The idea of the Egyptians holding the Jews as slaves, and they kept, please, can we just go? Please, can we just go? And then eventually it led to Yahweh summoning the angel of death to kill all of the firstborn sons in Egypt. And the only way you could avoid that terrible fate of your firstborn son being killed is if the community took part in a slaughter of a single lamb. A single lamb. They took the blood and they wiped the blood on above the doorway, above the threshold, so that the angel would come and see the blood over the doorway and pass over the house. That's what Passover is all about. The Jews who were so favored by God that they were allowed to cross the Red Sea, but then God was like, fuck you, Egyptians. Blah. Like, it's just such arrogant, stupid nonsense. It is stupid. You have to be a fucking moron to believe this. 2 million people, 2 million people, Jays of all people, wandered the desert for 40 fucking years. Can you imagine the complaining? Oi, my feet hurt. Oh, are we almost there yet? By the way, they're following Yahweh, who is a complete and total piece of shit. Why anybody would follow this God is beyond me. Because this God is the most childish, like insecure, crybaby entity. Oh, you're gonna die, dude. Don't go in there. Your God is just a joke. Or Yahweh is a joke. Yahweh is a clown. They built a golden cow. For some reason, they just had enough gold laying around that they could make a great big golden cow. And Yahweh didn't like that. That Yahweh handing out plagues and killing large groups of people because you didn't do this right, so I'm going to kill all these people. Oh, it's such a fucking joke, man. It's such a disgusting joke. Don't let religion tell you who God is. Don't let religion tell you who God is. Do you know how stupid you have to be, how arrogant you have to be to say that? Not only do you choose to believe a narrative, you've already decided that Islam isn't true. But God, not Allah, God is the way. So you've already accepted their shit. But you're so arrogant that you think you can actually pick and choose which bits and pieces of that shit you get to believe. Because, of course, the Bible is insanity. It's so stupid that people go, oh, well, it's meant for interpretation. Well, what parts? Come on, arrogant. Tell me which parts of the Bible are meant to be taken literally and which parts are meant to be interpreted by you individually. So the interpretation is going to be different from person to person. But tell me which parts are which. I'd love to hear it. The Quran especially. Moses leaves for 5 minutes to get the 10 commandments and the Jews start worshiping a golden calf. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's the dumbest bunch of shit. I used to hate him too. I don't hate him, you dumb ass. Like, see what I mean? They have to create a narrative that they can argue because they can't just argue the point. Then he saved me in all his mercy and kindness. Yep. Unlike those Palestinians, those Palestinian Christians that he just lets die every single day. All those children that are starving to death. Your God just... Oh, man, I bet they're hungry. I bet they'd like some of this popcorn. Right? Your God just watches that. Your God, again, your God is everywhere at all times and everything, right? So your God has at least this close of a view, but even closer to the children being raped by the clergy. Raped by clergy. That's awful. That looks like it hurts. All right? Yeah, that's your God if you believe it. None of it's true. It's all dumb. Quran especially. Quran is just as dumb, not especially, just as dumb as the Bible and the third part of the Abrahamic religions. It's all stupid. I don't need the 10 commandments to tell me not to kill. It should just be natural instinct not to do that in the first place. Right, unless you're a fucking psychopath or you're insecure. I mean, the Bible is all full of killing, you know. Kill for this, kill for that, kill for this, kill for that. Oh, you wore two different pieces of cloth. You wore wool and cotton, or you wore, whatever. I should kill you. Kill the disobedient children. You know? Did you plant two different things in the same row? Oh, I'll kill you. I mean, that's some of that's Old Testament stuff. Can't do that. What about all you females on here? You big Bible fans, are you? You big 1 Timothy 2:12 fans, are you? I permit no woman to teach or have authority over a man. They are to keep silent. You good with that one? According to your beliefs, if you're watching me, I am better than any other woman in the world. And I'm equal to every other man on this planet other than your father and your husband, who to you are basically Jesus. You should listen to your husband and your father like you would Jesus. You get to pick what you believe. He literally answered his own fucking argument. It's meant to set you free. No, it's not. There's nothing free about believing you need to worship some sky daddy. There is no setting anything free. Ever heard of blasphemy? Yeah, woman. Oh, no, it's Austin, sorry. The Holy Spirit helps you read the scriptures. You can't understand it on your own. Why would that even make sense? They are not holy scriptures. The Bible was written by man. It was commissioned in 1611 by King James. That's why it's called the King James Bible. It's fucking stupid. Oh, skitzing out. Yep, now we're back to schizophrenia. Got to get those talking points. This is what a demon does. Everyone pay attention. He blames everything on God and can't take accountability for what people do or what sin does. Like, the hypocrisy in that statement. I can't take responsibility for what sin does? Are you saying sin is its own thing? And a demon, so it's not me, it's a demon doing it? This is what Christians always do. When they start getting backed into a corner and they start feeling as stupid as they sound, then they just cry, well, you're a demon. It's demonic. It's the demons out there saying we should stop all the pedophilia, especially in the church. Only a demon would say something like that. The church was founded by and for pedophiles, so, you know, that's why the priests aren't supposed to marry and, you know, it's so funny to me. It's so funny to me that so many people take advice from a virgin who's never had to pay bills or anything like that. Why would anyone take marital advice from a virgin? Would you get your car fixed by somebody who can't drive? Right? I mean, seriously. Would you get on a plane with somebody that's like, oh, I've never flown before. Huh, I've never even taken classes. Huh. Just hop in, I'll figure this out as we go. God sees and hears everything, and he puts us to a test in this temporary physical realm until we get back to him. Right, because that makes sense. What's God testing us for? Yeah, I don't feed my children until they ask for it. And most of the time, I don't even do it then. All right? I'm the father, but, you know, if a pedophile comes knocking, I let him in, and I'm like, all right, kids. Oh, hope nothing happens to you. All right, that's how that works. God sees and hears everything. So again, he's literally seeing and hearing these children screaming and crying in pain as they're being raped by clergy, or as bombs are being dropped on the tent that they're forced to live in. God sees and hears all those screams, but doesn't do anything about it because these white people, you know, they need the job. Ask any one of these white people, any one of these idiots on here. Give me your miracle, because they always claim they've all seen miracles. Tell me about the miracle you've seen. Tell me how you were standing on the train tracks, your foot had gotten stuck in the fucking thing. You'd been trying to remove it, couldn't remove it. A train started coming. You were frantic to try to get your foot out. You couldn't get your foot out. Finally, you just went, you know what, forget it. God, look out for me. Closed your eyes and waited for the impact, and then suddenly you opened your eyes and the train was going by you. That would be a miracle. That would be something that's unexplained in any other way, but God must have come down and fucking put a hand to things. I guarantee most of the miracles people will talk about is some selfish, dumb shit, like they got the job. The arrogance it takes to believe that God is somehow favoring you, answering your prayers, talking to you, whatever you want to say, while the children of Palestine are having bombs dropped on them while they're starving to death and being raped by Israeli officers. But God's looking out for you, right? What makes things right and wrong? Not God. Perspective?
God makes things right, the devil makes things wrong.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Well, who decides what's right and wrong, though? Thou shalt not kill, but the Vatican and the popes have the creed murder on indigenous people for not believing in their religion. You blame God. See, again, look at how the dumbass has to make up his own narrative. I don't blame God for anything. I'm not stupid like you. You blame God for human sin, and calling him a piece of shit is indeed hateful. You're right. I hate the idea of it, you stupid ass. But he understands your pain, bro. He made a way for you to be free. If there's anything I can do to incur the favor of God, for him to show me the way or anything like that, skip over me. Nothing in my life is that important compared to what's happening to the Palestinians. Compared to the clergy raping children. So all of your prayer powers that you might arrogantly believe in or all of that nonsense, fuck that. If you think prayer works even a tiny little bit, then why aren't you praying only that the clergy stops raping children? What's more important than the clergy stops raping children? What in your own personal existence is more important than that? Common sense makes things right or wrong. I get on here and talk to you, brother. Murdering people in the name of God is a hypocrisy. Thou shalt not kill, but yet indigenous tribes have been killed for not being Christian or Catholic, like in the 1400s, for example. At least that's what the narrative tells us. Whether it's true or not, we won't know. But the narrative tells us that Christians have been and still are killing people left and right. All because the Jews pull the strings and tell Christians to. Women who love the God of the Bible have religious Stockholm syndrome. Absolutely, yeah. That's a great point. For women to like this thing that paints them as the greatest fucking enemy to everything, women are what's wrong with everything in the Bible. Everything is because of women. I mean, the original sin, right? Because how dare Adam... So the whole narrative, again, is one of servitude. What? What?
You think you could maybe go first?
I don't know, maybe. Go.
Okay.
The whole narrative is so God built this Garden of Eden, and somebody needed to maintain it. Somebody needed to cut the grass. So he creates Adam. And then him and Adam sit around and they make God's like, here, let me make this one. We'll give it a really long neck. What do you call this one, Adam? And Adam's like, I call that one a googalaga. Oh, no, a gussatu. No, I call that one a giraffe. I call that one a giraffe. And God's like, all right, good job, buddy. How about this one?
oh, that one is an ulapant. No, an elephant. No, an elephant. Yeah, an elephant. Yes, that's an elephant. And so they sat around making all the different animals and I would imagine all the individual bugs and, you know, I mean, it had to work out that way, right? Right? And so they sat around, he made everything, and then Adam's sitting there watching everything else fuck each other, reproduce and shit. And Adam's like, hey, Todd God, because, you know, God was there. And it's interesting because obviously God didn't have the security system set up yet where he's everywhere at all times. Because Adam was like, hey, I want to fuck something too. And God was like, hey, don't you remember Lilith? Because nobody likes to talk about Lilith. But Lilith was the first Eve. But she didn't listen very well. She wasn't submissive to Adam. So she was kicked out. And apparently Adam forgot about it or something. But God's like, all right, go to sleep. So Adam falls out asleep. Benny Hinn style. And God, who made everything else from the fucking earth, including Adam, he needed Adam's rib to make Eve. Which is why men are missing a rib. We're not. It's bullshit. But he makes Eve. And then he's like, all right, Adam, Eve, you see that tree right there? Don't eat from that tree. Don't eat those apples, those beautiful apples. We call those apples, by the way. And Adam and Eve are just sitting there like, scratching their butts, scratching their shit. And they're like, okay. And he's like, you can eat anything else you want. Just don't eat from that one tree right there. Tree of life. Don't eat from that. Scratching. Okay, I guess. And God's like, all right, I got to go to work. So I'll see you guys later. And God leaves. And Adam's, you know, constantly trying to fuck Eve. So Adam fucks Eve and passes out. And suddenly, a snake starts talking to Eve. The snake's like, psst, hey, come here. Come here. And Eve's like, none of the other animals talk. But you talk. I'm not freaked out by that. What's up, snake, talking snake? And the snake's like, and you know, Eve's sitting there scratching her coochie, scratching her butt. And the snake's like, hey, can you stop scratching for a minute? And Eve's like, no, I call this itchy. This is itchy. My itchy. My front part and my back part are itchy. So I call this scratching. So I scratch them. And the snake's like, I know, you fucking idiot. But I'm looking out for you, you know? You see that tree over there that apparently, I guess, did the animals eat from that tree? If the animals ate from that tree, they didn't have the experience? Like, not really sure. What about the bugs? Like, if the fruit is falling off, then ants and bees and all that shit would have been all over the apples that were on the ground, right? But I guess that didn't make them self-aware. But the snake is like, yeah, you're itchy because you have all kinds of bugs and shit in your coochie and in your butthole. And Eve's like, what? And the snake's like, just trust me. Go eat, take a bite from that tree, that apple over there. And he's like, no, 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 no. No, 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 like that vulture on Bugs Bunny. No, 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 no. No, God said we not to do that. And the snake's like, yeah, but aren't you itchy? And she's like, yeah, very itchy. Oh, and my fingers all stinky too. And you know she's scratching back to front and shit, so you're not supposed to wipe back to front. But she's scratching both sides. Snake's like, listen, you dumb fuck. if you want to stop itching, go take a bite. And he's like, really? That make itchy gitchy go away? And the snake's like, yes. Because that's how snakes talk. Yes. That'll make the itchy parts go away. Parts go away. So he's like, okay, I'll give it a try. And she takes a bite, and suddenly she has like a Google Earth experience where, and she comes back down, and she's like, holy shit, I'm fucking naked. Oh my God, that's why I'm so itchy. There are bugs in my coochie. Oh, here, it's a good thing that with this newfound awareness, I know how to make clothes out of palm leaves. So here, let me just stitch up a pair of nice shorts and a nice little palm bra that I can wear. And let me go tell Adam about this. So Adam's asleep and he's just scratching his balls, scratching his butthole. And she wakes him up and she's like, Adam, wake up. He's like, huh? Adam, you got to try that fruit over there. And Adam's like, why you talk so differently? You don't sound like Eve no more. And she's like, I know, stupid. We were made to be stupid. Go take a bite of that tree. No. No. God said not to do it. And you weren't here when Lilith was here. God doesn't like when people don't listen. God will kick us out. And Eve's like, do you want me to suck your dick again? And Adam's like, yes, I do. And she's like, all right, go take a bite from the thing. And he's like, and then you suck penis more? Yeah, sure, whatever. He goes and he takes a bite, has the Google Earth experience, comes out. He's like, holy shit, my beautiful woman Eve. I had not noticed thee before, but you are so ravishing in your beauty. Why do my fingers stink so bad? Oh wait, it's because I have bugs in my butthole, and I've been scratching my butthole barehanded this whole time. Hello, Eve, can you do me a favor, my dearest Eve, and whip me up a pair of those shorts. I'm going to call those shorts. Can you whip me up a pair of those? And he's like, already done, boy. So he puts on his leaf shorts. Right at the exact same time, God is home from work. Todd God gets home from work. And Todd God comes down and he's like, walks into the Garden of Eden. And again, he doesn't have the security system set up yet because he's going, Adam, wherefore art thou, Adam? And Adam and Eve are just hiding behind a tree and shit. They're like, he doesn't see us. What are we going to do? And then we got to go out there. He's going to see. I mean, it's inevitable. We got to get out there. He's going to see us. And Adam's like, yeah, but he's going to kick us out like Lilith. And he's like, but we can't sit here and keep hiding. We gotta just come out. Adam, wherefore art thou, Adam? And they step out from behind the tree they were hiding. And God sees them and goes, ah! Why do you have on clothes? You're supposed to be naked. And they're like, yeah, but we had bugs all in. You saw, we had bugs. We look at my fingers. Look at how brown my fingers are. I've been washing them all day and they still smell like poop. I had to put we had to keep the bugs out of our fucking buttholes. And God's like, I don't give a fuck. I wanted you to be naked, goddammit. I mean, oops. You know what? Why did this happen? And Adam's like, she did it. And Eve's like, what the fuck? And God's like, yeah, well, I already knew that. Because I could see everything at all times. I already knew that. So from now on, if women want to have children, from here on out, lots of them are going to die in childbirth. I'm going to make childbirth excruciating for you. Because you had to put some clothes on. You failed my test. You ate from that fruit tree I told you not to eat from, but I put right in the middle of the fucking garden. Get the fuck out of here. And Adam was like, but I thought you loved us. And he's like, you're the fucking gardener. I'll just make a new one. What the fuck is wrong with you? Probably not going to put that tree in the middle this time. Get the fuck out of here. So then they leave. And then they just have two kids, Cain and Abel. And Cain and Abel take their wives from the people of Nod. So I guess when God left the Garden of Eden to go to work, he was off creating the land of Nod? Not really sure. I always thought that they were the only two, but apparently they weren't. And so Cain and Abel take that's the creation story. Your God is an idiot. Your God is a fucking weirdo, fucking pervert idiot who just didn't like his little playthings to not be naked. The keyboard warrior has joined the chats. Getting a Bible lesson. Well, the funny thing is again, notice all these Christians. These Christians don't come in here to try to educate, say what's wrong, say what's right. They don't do that. They just start talking crazy shit because that's literally all they have. They're stupid. They believe in stupidity. You read the wrong book, bud. See, they're going to say this kind of shit, but not how. What part did I get wrong? You are a fool. You believe in foolish things. No, the kid is another one of these dailies, daily obsessed people who, I'll give you a genuine opinion. Let's hear it. Let's hear your genuine opinion about what I'm getting wrong. It's really funny how most people don't know what what their actual Bible says. Like, so many of you Christians believe in a round earth. You believe in the James Webb Space Telescope out there taking pictures. Why do you guys say pictures? Taking pictures. Pitchers hold water, throw balls. You mean to say pictures, but you say pictures. James Webb Space Telescope just being pulled along by the Lagrange point that it's in. James Webb Space Telescope. What's the first thing your God does in the Bible after it turns on the light? Because obviously they're in like a basement. They're in Todd God's basement. And it's like a big aquarium thing. Because it starts with the God's face is going along the waters of the deep. He's looking around. What? Where should I put this this thing here? Where should I build this? What's the first thing God does after it turns on the light? Because it doesn't make the sun and the moon until the fourth day. So, other than time is a measurement, how do you have 4 days and nights without the sun and the moon? Not really sure. But the light source was not the sun because it wasn't created until the fourth day. So, what did God do first after turning on the light? Smoke another blunt. Look at these crybabies. Imagine being so unhappy you have to hate on some old crazy tweaker to feel good about yourself. Yep, I'm tweaking. Imagine being so insecure that you spam some dumb comment on the feed that you've been obsessed with for the last few days. And who knows how long you've actually been here, because all you guys do is make fake profiles over and over again. But no one is making fun of him feel better about themselves. We're making fun of him because he's talking crazy nonsense. Exactly. You are correct. Believing in the Bible, believing in the story, the Adam and Eve and all, it's fucking crazy nonsense. You are absolutely correct on that one. I've been here 3 times. Sure you have. We should believe you because you're obviously telling the truth. Notice how nobody's answering the question put forth. What's the first thing God does? Come on, Christians, you know better. Is it because you know the answer, you just don't want to answer it, or you don't know? Come on, what's the first thing God does? I believe it. I'm sure you do, dumbass. What's the first thing your God does? When you start talking about Hindu structures predated Mesopotamia structures, how do you know? You know because the Jays that control the narrative tell you to think that way. I agree with you, guy. That's why I'm here, bro. Big up from the UK. Right on. Appreciate it. Don't forget to like, share, and sub. And don't forget to grab your free download from the website, www.the-bilderberg, group.com. All links will be in the description, but if you have to go early, go look at a previous video and you'll see the links. Go get your free download, free to download. Just click download. It'll ask you how much you want to pay. If you want to fucking donate, we really appreciate it, but you don't have to. All we ask is that you share it with someone. First thing he does when, like, be more specific. How can you be more specific than what is the first thing your God does after it turns on the light? But do you want more hints? Is that what it is? But you're, Y-O-U-R, a flat earther. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Y-O-U-R. I've written the answer 3 times. No, you haven't. Let's see. Where are these answers that you've given? Nope. 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 No answers. I did. Separate the waters. Separated the waters how? How did, no, it didn't create light. Separated the waters. How did it separate the waters? Then spake Jesus unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness. Yeah. Again, come on, it's the televangelist thing. I'm the way. Just trust me on this one. Just trust me. I'm not going to prove it, but just trust me. You better start respecting your viewers then. Oh, yeah? 3 years, no subscribers. Let's respect you. And I'm not dumb. I'm not a dumbass. I'm a saved sinner. No, you're a dumbass. You are a flat-out dumbass. Worked for 6 days, then rested on the 7th. That's not... See, isn't it weird how nobody is answering this question? There's a specific word. It appears. There you go with the firmament. Now, what's the firmament? What's the firmament? The firmament is the indestructible dome that covers the earth, separating the waters of heaven from the flat earth down below, the 4 corners of the earth. There is no going to the moon. There is no planet Mars. There is no James Webb Space Telescope. Bullshit. There's no space. There is the indestructible dome. The firmament. But hey, you're, Y-O-U-R, here doing all this for the money. Yes. Fuck yeah. All that big time money that comes in. I'm making way more money talking bad about religion than I would be if I was like, God's gonna save you. Just sow your $1,000 seed. Just sow the seed. It's $1,000. I don't care if it's your last $1,000. If you sow it with God, you'll get a return on it. You'll get a 15-fold return. God's doing a sale today where instead of the normal 10-fold, it's a 15-fold return. There is no gnome. Show me the scripture. I thought the disciples was a circle, four corners in a circle. So stupid. You could see Jupiter at night, too. Yeah, you could see lights in the sky. Because you could see lights in the sky, that means those are big giant rocks. Well, actually, it's interesting how they don't really talk about it anymore. And if you remember a few years ago, there was that video of the comet crashing into Jupiter. I was told my whole life that Jupiter and Saturn are gas giants. A small rocky core and then the rest is gas. But I guess not. I said the waters and gravity separate the water. Right. But you left out the key to it, you dumb ass. King James is a pedophile chilling in hell. Oh, sure. He's in hell. But you don't believe in science either. Make it make sense. No, unfortunately, the Big Bang Theory is even dumber than the Jesus theory. It's fucking crazy. I never thought I'd say it. As dumb as the Jesus narrative is, the Big Bang is even dumber. Right? Yeah, you are. You're doing it for the money. Again, wouldn't it make more sense? If I just wanted money and attention, why wouldn't I just sell you Jesus? The proven commodity that you guys are willing to overlook the worst things people do as long as they're selling Jesus. Why wouldn't I just do that? That would be so much easier. New Horizons takes pictures of Pluto and such. Yes. You believe that there's a camera out in space taking infrared images that is then interpreted by an artist or a computer to make a pretty picture for you. Just happens to have the outline of Pluto on it. Look at an amateur astronomer's telescope, completely different from what NASA shows us. Exactly. When you look at stars through the telescope or planets through the telescope, it looks like when you're standing outside of a pool and you look down at the lights in the pool. That's what it looks like, the waves and the ripples and shit. It's all twinkly, ripply waves, and there's some great videos that show what people have been able to capture with their telescope, and it's fucking silly. It's fucking silly. They use radio telescopes, right? Right, they don't even take actual pictures. They don't even claim to take actual pictures. What we see is interpretations. NASA even admitted it. That everything we see are composites created by artists. Hella anti-smart. That's a funny thing. Hella anti-smart. You believe in books? Do you ever ask yourself who publishes those books? How those books were published in the first place? You ever ask those questions or no? No, you just believe what you're told. You can view the raw data files. Yes, I can view the raw data files. Sure I can. No, seriously. They provide you with more bullshit to push the narrative. So we did the Genesis story, now let's do Big Bang, right? And these are the same people that were just arguing, that the people now arguing that telescopes and space and Pluto and all that, these are the people that were initially arguing that the Bible is real and Jesus. So somehow we're getting through the firmament that you believe in to take all these pictures and shit. So the Big Bang is even dumber. They're basically the same story, right? It's just one is geared towards science and one is geared towards fantasy. But just like with the Big Bang, when it comes to God, you're not allowed to ask, well, what created God? Because Christians love to say, you believe all this just came from nothing, right? You believe, stupid atheists, they believe something can come from nothing. Duh. But as soon as you say, well, where did God come from? They go, oh no, God was always here. There was always a God. Nothing created God. It was always here. Because that makes sense. That makes so much sense. And then you say, okay, so was there this big empty warehouse and God just sort of appeared in the warehouse and then started farting out, sneezing out universes and shit? And now there's a bunch of galaxies? And is that how that worked? Or did God literally go, okay, I'm going to make this one, each individual thing on this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and billions and billions of times according to the narrative? Because the universe is endless than billions and billions, right? Did God do all that and then was like, you know what? That little planet over there, that little blue one, I'm gonna focus on this one. Of all the supposed known planets in the universe that you believe in, your God was like, this is the one. This is the one. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make myself pregnant, a virgin version of myself pregnant with myself, and then kill myself on the cross. That's the planet I'm gonna do it on. But it's that same narrative with the Big Bang. So the Big Bang is that everything in the universe, everything everywhere, all the shit you can see times infinity, was condensed down into something called the singularity, which is something smaller than a match head. All this gravity is pushing everything in on itself. Now, is the singularity in the big empty warehouse? Or does it create the big empty warehouse as well? We don't know. And if it's not, then where was it? Was it just like a plain white piece of paper? Just nothing? And then the singularity just boop, appeared. And so what they say is the singularity, because of gravity, of course, is being compressed in on itself. And you know, when you compress things in on themselves, they end up exploding into a forever spewing explosion of particles, space dust and shit, right? When you smash something, it explodes and just shoots out shit everywhere, right? But eventually the Big Bang explodes, and they say that there's the explosion, then there's the dark period where I guess all the black stuff comes from. Then stardust starts being spewed out of this continuous explosion. But see, if everything is condensed down to something smaller than a match head, by the time the explosion gets to Earth size, by the time the particles get to the Earth size, everything that was close together when it was smaller than a match head is now going to be very, very far apart. The further you go, the further the pieces are going to be from each other. But not in the universe. No. Somehow, the gravity that was smashing everything down into a singularity has now broken into pieces. And there are little gravity pools, little gravity whirlpools amongst the stardust that is being spewed out from this Big Bang. Little tiny pieces of stardust, little microscopic stardust pieces going in every direction. And now there's these little gravity pools that are swirling and swirling and swirling. And as they swirl, they pull in those little tiny stardust pieces into a clump in the center of that swirl. And over time, that clump just gets bigger and bigger. And apparently gravity fuses all of those little microscopic pieces in this clump. Every time a new little piece of dust comes to the clump, it fuses with the rest of the clump. And the clump just gets bigger and bigger. Now, there's hey, good morning, horrible son. How'd you sleep?
Great.
I love you. the clumps just get bigger and bigger. Now there's that video that shows you like, it's a famous animation of course, but it shows you like Mercury, Venus, the moon, the Earth, Mars, Jupiter. It shows you each thing like on a table and how big it gets and bigger and bigger. And then it gets to the sun, and the sun is like 400 times the size of the Earth. So by the time you get to the sun, you can't see the Earth anymore. Well, the stars, our sun is actually a really small version of the star, because there are stars like Betelgeuse, which are, if you have the sun, our sun next to Betelgeuse, you can't even see our sun, because Betelgeuse is so much bigger than our sun. It's like a grain of sand next to a basketball or something like that. But so there's not like a standard size clump that has to exist. They form multiple size clumps. And at some point throughout the process, the clump that is one solid piece lights itself on fire. In the gravityless, oxygenless, airless space, the nothing that is space, these clumps just light themselves on perpetual nuclear fire. And when they do that, that creates a top and a bottom. You know, in a space where there is no top and bottom, I guess technically, all of these stars now have a top and a bottom, which means along the middle line, the equator, now the gravity that sucked everything in on itself and made clumps now makes rings out from the star that have their own little whirlpool in them to collect clumps. And these rings, they revolve around the sun and, you know, gravity, of course. But inside each ring, there's the little whirlpool, and it starts clumping. Of course, it fuses to make solid things. Now, again, multiple sizes. But in the case of the Earth, instead of the clumps eventually lighting themselves on fire, nah. This time, the inside of the clump lights itself on fire. Perpetual fire, molten liquid magma fire. While the outside stays solid, like candy-coated shell. And then on the Earth, it starts raining for some reason. And it fills the Earth with mostly water. And then at some point, this is the best guess they have, a life form from another planet that had exploded or something, I'm not really sure why this life form would be on this rock flying through space, that eventually falls out of the sky and crashes into the water. This life form survives, and it's a single-celled organism. And then over time, millions of years pass, and this single-celled organism turns into a double-celled, quadruple cell. It keeps dividing and becomes life. And the thing is, it must also become like plant-like, because where did the plants come from? Where did all the trees and the grass and all that shit come from? Where did all the bugs come from? Not really sure. Because this life form, eventually, over millions and millions of years, turns into fish. And not just like a fish, like every fish. Turtles and crabs and lobsters and octopuses and fucking mammals, dolphins and whales and sharks and all kinds of shit. The ocean's full of creatures. And eventually, one of those water creatures, like if suddenly a human decided that they could breathe underwater, Nathan's up. One of those humans decided they could breathe underwater, or one of us humans decide we could breathe underwater, and we just grab our woman who can now also breathe underwater as well, and we just go into the water and decide to make life in the water, we start making water babies and shit like that. The fish and its girlfriend come out of the water, and now they're land creatures. Yeah. And somehow over millions of years, they evolve into great giant monster Godzilla dinosaurs. Some of which can fly, flying lizards. Some of which are water lizards. But you get, big old T-Rex with his little tiny arms walking around. And Brontosaurus, which are bigger than we can even fucking fathom. Even though they say that elephants are about as big as it can get because anything bigger in the body structure wouldn't be able to support itself. The stomach would fall out, rip through the skin, the legs would break from all the weight. They say that we just can't, nothing can get much bigger than an elephant on land. Much heavier than an elephant on land. But somehow, the fish turn into the lizards, the giant lizards. And the giant lizards exist for hundreds of millions of years. Now, I'm pretty sure the narrative says that the fish also turned into smaller little mammals and shit like that existed. But anyway you slice it, after a few 100 million years, another rock falls out of the sky. But this time, it kills everything. Not only does it kill everything, what doesn't die in the initial explosion would have to be dead because it put so much debris up into the sky that it became an ice age for hundreds of million, for millions of years. I don't know if hundreds of them, but millions of years, we then have the ice age. So I don't know how any fucking mammals and shit survived, but we have ice ball Earth. And then that eventually thaws, of course, duh. And now the fish come walking out of the water again. But this time they're like, hey, those big giant lizards that were so successful, they lived for hundreds of millions of years on this planet, and the only thing that actually changed it was a rock falling out of the sky? This time, let's evolve into mammals. Much smaller versions that are more susceptible and, So now this time the fish turns into tigers and lions and tigers and bears, oh my. The giraffe, the hippopotamus, the elephants, the squirrels, all the birds again, they learn how to fly somehow, but not all the birds. Some of the birds like ostriches, they don't fly, but they still, the fish turn into those. And then over millions of years, the fish that turned into the chimpanzee turns into the people. Tigers don't turn into people. Elephants don't turn into elephant people. But chimpanzees turn into chimpanzee people. And we basically live the same way up until around 1850 or so, 1900. And here we are 150 years later or so, and we have all of this figured out. We know. We know how stars are formed, nebulas pulling together, and we know that the universe, because with certain telescopes, you can essentially look back in time. And we can use the telescope to see back to the Big Bang, which is about 13 billion years ago. And that's science. Swirling fish, monkey people. And you're telling me that makes sense to you. Iterations on a theme. Look at microbes. Same process but faster. Waiting for you to turn to lampoon things you don't understand. Waiting for your turn to lampoon things you don't. Yep. Because the microbiology stuff, that makes sense. Oh, that's how that works. Because, the J scientists tell us to think this way, so it must be true. And you, as a human being, you're allowed to believe it's one of those two things. That's all you get. Those are the only two options. And the funny thing is, most of you believe in a version of both. You believe both things. Even though they're contradictory, you still believe both of them. Life is meaningless. I'm not harping about 2 points like Guy here. Perhaps Guy is the one who is confused. Yep. Yeah. I'm the one that's confused. That's why I'm going live and you're watching me begging for my attention for the umpteenth time. Though you're not able to tell me what I'm wrong about. This guy is the final boss of Edgelords, and it's kind of amazing. Your YOUR complete and stubborn commitment to stupidity is awe-inspiring. I am stupid because I don't believe what you believe. You believe stuff out of the arrogance that permeates everything, that dominates our lives. But I'm the bad guy because I'm not as arrogant as you. That must make sense. You said that you said the question that won't get answered there, Panzer. What did I say that was wrong? Nobody's going to answer that question. They never do. They never answer what I said was wrong and or why they're fucking here to begin with. On the feed, that's mission statement is we should kill pedos and eliminate the J control scheme that has you believing in silly Jesus, that's committing genocide right now, that has us all as Goyim slaves, Gentile slaves. I think we should overthrow that system. Get all the truth we need. Because I'm crazy. You don't believe in the same Sky Daddy I choose to believe in? Something's wrong with you, boy. Everything coming out of your mouth, guy. You need submarine or pink. Yeah? Funny how you keep going to this one thing. Everything I'm saying is wrong. Yep. It's pretty easy to make those blanket statements, isn't it? And why would I ever have the submarine argument with any of you? None of you know anything about submarines. You all claim to be these submarine enthusiasts, but you don't know shit. If you really, really wanted to debunk the submarine thing, you would go watch the first 9 parts, because obviously you like watching me for hours on end. You would either debunk the video as it's going, or you would learn my arguments and then come back here and present me with even one of them that I'm getting wrong. But you don't. It's just an attempt at a subject change that if we did start talking about it, you just start changing the subject about something else. Why? Because you don't know about submarines. You don't know shit about submarines. You haven't looked into it. I was stationed on a nuclear sub. I believe you. You know, those nuclear subs that they've managed to be able to build a nuclear power plant. They miniaturized a nuclear power plant and a desalination plant that can all fit into a submarine. Yep. Yep. We don't have little small individual nuclear power plants that, you know, are stationed throughout our towns and shit. And anybody that says that's dangerous, well, the military has never had an accident. So it seems like it's a technology that from 1952, when we first theorized that we need nuclear subs, and by 56 we had them, we never fucked up. There was never any accidents. Not once. Because that makes sense. Oh, this guy just named a submarine, so that means he was on it. Again, when you think about the big picture aspect of things. So instead of talking about the religious bullshit that affects us all, the pedophilia that potentially affects us all, instead of talking about any of the things that the Big Bang, the Genesis story, any of the shit I'm talking about, you're like, but I want to talk about submarines. I am a huge submarine enthusiast, and I need you to believe in submarines. because that matters. Never mind all the other stuff. All that other trivial bullshit like religion and politics. Your belief in submarines is really important to me. Has been a few accidents, but we won't really know. There has not. The United States has a pristine record military-wise when it comes to submarines, especially the nuclear ones. Again, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They have plenty of small nuclear power plants in Russia and Japan. Multiple, yeah, but we don't. Gee, that's weird. We're the ones leading the charge on the nuclear submarines and the technology and all that, but we don't have them. Sometimes life shows me why I should be grateful. Blah, blah, blah. There are no planes in the ocean and submarines in the air. Talk about God more. I love it. Talk about your pedophile fucking God. If your God exists, it's a huge pedophile or pedophile fan, I should say. It doesn't matter what anyone says. You will just switch to fit your own narrative. Yup, that's what it is. So instead of saying real shit, because I won't just accept it, you won't say it. You'll say all this other dumb shit. Knowing that I'm not going to accept it, I'm not going to believe it, I'm going to call you out on it. But the real stuff, no, that's where you draw the line. I refuse to talk about real stuff because you just won't accept what I believe. Look how stupid this is. Why is God a ped? Well, what do you consider somebody that watches children get raped and does nothing about it? Especially somebody that has the dinkle dinkle dink power to do something about it and yet still doesn't. What would you call that person? You're probably a Trump supporter if you can overlook that. Because at the very least, Trump is guilty of covering for, associating with, doing everything possible to prevent investigations and all that for pedophiles. Ghislaine is going to get her pardon here real soon. She was already moved to a minimum security, club fed type prison where no pedophiles, that's unprecedented. Pedophiles don't get that kind of treatment. Convicted pedophiles. But Ghislaine did. The person that Trump wished well. I wish her well. Calling God a pedo and toking away the day. A guy is a perfect candidate for the love and grace of Jesus. Then why doesn't it come my way? And really, am I more of a perfect candidate than the Christians who are praying to Jesus and then bombs are dropped on their tent? Or the little kid that's praying that God stops the clergyman from raping them yet again and it doesn't? Wouldn't Jesus be better suited to show up for them? How come in the history of goddom, no cop has ever been driving through a neighborhood and suddenly God appears to him in his passenger seat? My son, stop the car. Yes, God. That house right there, go kick in the door and arrest those in it. But God, go do it. I am God. I said so. And they stopped at the car, they kick in the door, and they happen to bust a fucking pedophile ring, saving 11 children or however many. Never, not one time has that ever happened. God really doesn't do very much to protect people from pedophiles, to protect children from pedophiles, does it? God has nothing to do with massacres committed in its name. Really? Sure doesn't do anything to stop those massacres. But, again, God helps people run faster. God helps people catch touchdowns. God answers your arrogant prayers. I talk to God every night. God answers my prayer. God's busy talking to you, not saving children. not stopping bombs. The arrogance it takes to believe that shit is just beyond me. And at the end of the day, again, here's one of those questions none of these guys will answer. Why do you believe in God other than because you believe in God? I believe in God because I have faith. That's not a reason. That's a symptom. It's not him. Free will, gotta love that free will. Anytime a Christian gets backed into a corner, it's free will. Yet these are the same people that will, I saw this video where this guy, he had showed up to the accident scene. His daughter had just been in an accident, and he showed up, and he had his camera, and he's all crying, oh my God, you guys, look at how good God is. Look at how good God is. And he shows the car, and it's flipped over, and a guardrail is going through the passenger side. And he walks up to his car, and his daughter's sitting in the driver's seat, and he's like, look, and here she is without a scratch on her. She's just bumped and he's shaken up a little bit. But look at how good God is, everybody. He protected my daughter. Hey, why didn't God prevent the car accident to begin with? So now your insurance is going to go up. You have to buy a new vehicle. Your daughter is going to be traumatized. She's going to have PTSD from the accident. Why would God want you to suffer? What did you do? What's so good about that? Why didn't God just stop the car accident to begin with? I'll pray for you, brother, regardless of what they do or what you say. Right, again, so when I say to you, if you honestly believe that prayer works, because you're an arrogant piece of shit who believes that there is a God's plan, but there's also free will, right? And the only way you can have a plan is if you can control the variables. Otherwise, your plan, you could plan on going to the beach, but if your fucking car breaks down, well, it's going to prevent that plan from happening, isn't it? Things outside of your control. You plan on going to the beach, but your kid gets sick. Your kid slips and breaks his leg on the way to the car. Well, that's going to fuck up your plan, isn't it? Okay? We don't want to talk about that, though. Somehow, God has a plan, and your arrogant ass can get your God to be like, okay, I'll adjust my plan for you. God has a plan, which is why all those children are constantly being raped by clergy, right? But if you believe that God will listen to your arrogant prayers, by all means, do not waste them on me. If the reason why God isn't stopping the clergy from raping children all the time is because it's too busy answering the prayers of every selfish prick out there who wants a job or wants their sports team to win or whatever kind of bullshit you want to believe, don't waste that shit on me. If you believe God answers prayers, you should only be praying that your God stops the clergy from raping children. We can fix it outside of the church if we can get the church on board to begin with. But if God would just dinkle, dinkle, dink, hand out heart attacks to preachers, clergy who even have that thought of raping a child, something, why don't you pray for that? I don't want your bullshit prayers. I don't want to know that children aren't being protected because your God's busy answering your prayers about me. Gosh, I'm going to pray that this guy just thinks the way I do. Please, God. Present yourself to him. Don't worry about all those children starving to death right now because of Israel. Don't worry about all those children who are starving to death because of Israel in a tent that they live in because of Israel. And then Israel's going to drop a bomb on said tent. Don't worry about them. I want this guy to think the same way I do. I could literally be doing anything else. I could be watching any, you know, millions of other options you could be watching on your phone. Millions of other things you could be doing. You could be going to the beach. You could be cleaning your house. You could be having sex, of procreation sex, of course, with your loved one. You could be doing anything else, and you're here proving how stupid Christians are. Maybe you should pray for God to give you better answers. Wouldn't that be cool? He blames God for war when God gave us free will. Yes, I blame God. You understand that God doesn't exist, so I don't blame God for anything, you fucking idiots. Like, it's just amazing. Echo will ask, how is he wrong? They won't answer you. Do you believe that anything is your fault, or is everything bad that happens to you God's fault? No, it's the devil's fault, right? It's the devil's fault. And so clergy raping children is me not taking responsibility for my own actions. Israel dropping bombs on children in tents that they're starving to death is me not taking responsibility. This is a learning experience, but I think his heart is hardened. Oh, Jesus. No, I was just curious if you took any blame on yourself for the things that don't happen the way you think them. I'm not a Christian. So shit that doesn't work out is my fault. It's the Christians that blame their God and devil for every good or bad thing that happens. You dumbass. Like you're making the opposite argument than I think you're making. That's how stupid you are. You can't even make sense of, arguments that make sense. Oh, I'm definitely not a Jewish cult member. But let's say I was raised in that cult. My family identified as Jewish. Wouldn't it behoove of me to acknowledge that fact and then brag about how I'm smarter, I'm better than for having left the cult? Why would I keep that a secret? Look at how desperate this stupidity is. They just can't do it. Yeah, that Sammy broad is dumb as fuck. Typical dumb broad who, again, doesn't even understand, believes in God apparently, but doesn't completely, because otherwise they would never say anything. As a woman, you're trash. He does not permit you to speak or have authority, to teach or have authority over a man. You are to keep silent. You don't like that part though, right? It's not demons, it's the sin of unbelief. God, are they stupid. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, right? This would be so much more difficult if there weren't so many people just willing to be the dumb example. Bro thinks he has the infinite knowledge. Bro, you say bro so much in your life that you actually type it out. Yep, I'm sitting here going, I know everything. Ask me anything and I'll give you the answer. I'm omniscient. I'm all-knowing. See, again, let's ask these fucking idiots. Yes, your religion's trash. Why do any of you believe in your religion? Other than arrogance, what is it? I've given you proof. So instead of providing the proof, now he's going to claim that he gave it. And when say, okay, well, repeat it. What was that proof you're talking about? I can't say it. I can't give you that answer. if God is real, I have every right to blame him for all the shit I've been through. Very true. I did give you proof. I did. I'm going to keep saying it. Because again, instead of just reiterating what that proof was, you're going to falsely claim that you gave it. Because you're a fucking clown. I'll break it down. This guy's having an existential crisis. Yes, I am having a crisis because I think we should stop being the goyim slaves that we are, and we should kill the pedophiles. Like, what part are you missing there? Humanity is why I believe in God. That's not an answer. Humanity. Like, don't you think if religion was even slightly real, there would be some sort of response? Wouldn't there be something that would be undeniable? At least one thing that would be undeniable? And yet they have nothing. What about Sodom and Gomorrah and this? Yep. Such little boy victims blaming God for your lives. I love how they keep acting like I'm talking about my life. These are the people that have zero compassion for all the children that are being raped, starved, murdered. They keep making the argument that they can argue, or at least they think they can argue. They won't address the actual shit being said. I thought you were going to tell me about what, the proof you provided. What about the carriages at the bottom of the Red Sea? Because those couldn't have been put there. Those couldn't have fallen off of a boat that maybe was sank. Nope. The carriages that you say are there, so that must be proof of the Exodus. Like, literally, nobody believes that Exodus is real. But that's the proof you can come up with, huh? The supposed chariots at the bottom of the water, because there's only one way that could happen. Jesus, I seen 2 billboards yesterday that said Jesus is not God. Wait, what? Can't spell Bible without lie. There you go. Speak on my proof, bruh. Come on, you can't refute it. This is the best you can come up with. So the reason why there's an all-knowing, all-powerful God that watches children get raped is because there are chariots at the bottom of the sea. Totally makes sense. Either God is real and is to blame, or he isn't and humans are to blame. Well, there you go. Sir, those boats didn't exist. They didn't have boats that could hold a chariot then? Oh my God. How stupid do people have to be? All they had was canoes back then. And again, you know that the chariots from then are dated to exactly these are from Jesus' time. These are chariots at the bottom of the sea. They couldn't be from any other time. And at the end of the day, now you're going to say it's because you trust science with their magical Scantron dating mechanism. Now it's science that's proving you're God, huh? Numerology explains everything. Not really. Look at how, again, they're so stupid that they can't wrap their heads around it. Like, the idea that it's either God is existing and God is in control of everything at all times, or it's humans. So if God is the one doing it, then it's God to blame, right? But this whole notion of blaming God when God doesn't exist is so fucking stupid that they can't wrap their head around it. They're so dumb. There's always some homeless looking guy who had issues, abusive father. Yeah, look at this shit. Now we have to do all sorts of fantasy All sorts of weird shit to explain why it's okay that children are raped, I guess. If you didn't believe in the Bible, you wouldn't have a podcast on YouTube talking about the Bible and how it's not real. If you don't believe in something that so many people believe and use as their excuse, as their crutch, and then you wouldn't talk like, what? All of you people out there that don't believe in Santa Claus, don't ever mention it. If you don't believe in something, you can't talk about it. That makes so much sense. You know, once the camera goes off, you know I'm gonna beat my family. You know what? Once the camera goes off, look at the typical Christian now. Talking about all kinds of disgusting shit. But here, just so all of you guys know, when the camera goes off, I'm gonna beat you guys. Like I always do. But you probably already knew that was gonna happen, right? Oh my God, now you're really gonna get a beating. Did you hear my wife's response?
Yeah.
Bro, why do you blame God for children being raped? How are they that stupid? They just don't get it.
Blame God.
Yep, I'm blaming God.
You have to believe in God to blame him to begin with, you jackass.
But if you believe in God, well then the way that you believe in God says that God is everywhere at all times and the most powerful being to ever exist. So your God is literally watching the children get raped and could dinkle dinkle dink it all away, but doesn't. But you don't understand that. And again, remember, the proof of the Bible, the proof of all of it is because there are chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. Oh, how stupid can people be? Because according to y'all, it has that kind of power. They don't like that part. You only agree with the one person talking victim shit. Who is talking victim shit? Look at these idiots, man. But I mean, listen, if you believe in the thing that watches the pedophiles do their thing and does nothing when it could, you have to reconcile that some way. You have to make sense of it some way. So this is what they do. This is what they have to do to be able to maintain their ridiculous belief structure. They have to be this stupid. They have to avoid all of the questions asked. They have to avoid all of the contradictions pointed out. Exodus was not Jesus' time, as you said. Yes, I said Exodus was Jesus' time. Remember when I said that? No, it's the dumbass on here that's saying that the proof of the chariots from Exodus prove the Bible and Jesus is real. Come on, you got to do better than this. You're not very smart. I get it, but you have to do better. Come on. Yep, I'm homeless. And I depend on pedophile Trump. Bro, it's called free. Bro, here we go again with the bro. It's called free will. If God chose everything we did, we wouldn't have free will. Yeah, but there's God's plan. So which one is it? Is it God's plan or is it free will? I can't have both. Exodus was multiple thousands of years before Jesus' time, the New Testament. The people are stupid. You were 10. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's fucking disgusting. Look at this crybaby shit. Just fucking free will is God's plan. Since he plans for everything, he already knows your decisions, right? So he knows that the clergy is going to rape the children because it planned for it by your logic, right? Isn't that how that works? It knew about the genocide that was going to take place, facilitated it, no problem. It knows about all the starving children out there that are having bombs dropped on them. Yeah. Look at this dumb shit. Why would God create us and then force us to love it? That's a really good question. So why does it? Why would the omniscient, all-powerful, all-everything creation need you to worship, need you to tithe, need you to live by a set of rules? Like, they contradict themselves. Their arguments destroy their own points. I've been crying the entire time. Is God all-knowing and powerful and therefore to blame, or not real? There is no in-between. Well, there you go. God and the devil are the same entity 100%. No, it's bullshit. Bro is obsessed with rape. Yep. My obsession with preventing children from being raped is sad. Oh, it's one of those sad obsessions. Why do you care about that? You should be worried about yourself. Free will to exist, the potential to commit evil has to exist. So I can be bad, then I can have free will. Because your view of God is that of a human. Since when is God for humans to understand? Isn't that what it's supposed to be? We're supposed to have some sort of understanding. But you're saying that the raping of children is just beyond my comprehension of understanding. But it is part of God's plan, apparently, right? Oh, my mother should have hit me more. This is a guy who advocates for child abuse. Parents should be striking their children. Fucking idiot. Extra trolls in this chat for sure. Look at what we're talking about. How does innocent children with cancer fit into God's plan? Cancer, AIDS, starvation, genocide, all of those things. What part of God's plan is that? Why did God create us, period? You know what? I don't expect anybody to be able to answer that. What I'd love to know is why these idiots are even here in the first place. What motivates these fucking morons to come here every day and be the example of exactly what I'm talking about? He sounds sad that he doesn't know God or has the grace of God, blah, blah, blah. Look at this stupid shit. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. God didn't create you, Echo. Your daddy and mommy created you. Oh, now this time? Now it's back to our parents? I thought it was God. You're going around in circles. Y-O-U-R. We should definitely take intelligence advice from the people who don't know which "your" to use. Discipline, not strike. Oh yeah, discipline. So slapping, my mother should have slapped me, is disciplining, not striking. Sounds like dumb Christian logic to me. He sells drugs and has a gun. Yes. Let's do everything we can to prevent this person from talking, because you can't actually debunk what I'm saying. Isn't that what we all long for? Love? No, I long for understanding. Understanding. Love is pretty easy to come by. Understanding is really difficult. Look, you can understand why these clowns are here doing this, right? They know that they belong to a pedophile organization. and therefore support pedophilia. But they're not, they have a hard time acknowledging that and admitting that. So they're desperately trying to make it seem like that's not what the case is. But that's the case. The only reason they believe in any sort of religious anything is selfish. You only believe in it because you don't believe, you don't want to die and you want to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven when I die. How could heaven possibly exist? Do the people from the 1500s go to the same heaven that we do? And what's the technology like in heaven? How can my heaven exist next to my grandmother's? And as far as heaven goes, aren't you required to be there waiting at the end of the tunnel to greet to greet your family? Where does that line get drawn? How many second cousins and third cousins and shit does it have to be before you're not responsible for being at the tunnel when they get there? How is that person reasonable? Have you heard anything that this person has said that's reasonable? So no one can answer why we're here, but we're supposed to understand every facet of God's plan. Oh, I can answer why we're here. We're the extras. It's just one big ass reality show and we don't realize it. We're not far from doing ourselves. We're just a more advanced version of us, has a little fucking, little dome thing on a tabletop somewhere. But see, once we start getting into all that stuff, it becomes speculation. And I personally am smart enough to know that we can't know that truth. The only way the Goyim actually know the truth is if we overthrow the Jays that control the narrative. But it's called trials and tribulations. You're supposed to be here to suffer. The trials and tribulations. What's that based in? Give me some Bible verses about trials and tribulations, doofus. So much suffering. God is a kid on an anthill with a magnifying glass. Right. God is a motherfucker. God is an absolute... If God exists, which it doesn't, God is the biggest piece of shit ever. God is a pervert, a pedo, a sadistic, just disgusting piece of shit. Appreciate you life, you're, Y-O-U-R, a good dude. Bro, I'm glad this is getting through to someone. It's not getting through. I don't go to church. I think it's a scam. Because you're arrogant? But it's a little precious that these Christians expect to understand everything about God. It's all arrogance, dude. It's all arrogance. Everything that people believe is arrogant. Again, not a single one of these pieces of shit is going to say, well, I believe in God because I've debunked all the other religions, and when it came to Christianity, I couldn't do it. It all made so much sense that I had to believe it. I tried to debunk it, I just couldn't. Not one of them will say anything even close to that. This is very common life. You'll know the closer to God you get to God, the more people will deny and slander him. So stupid. So I love the people that say, I believe in God and Jesus, but I'm not a Christian. Yeah, you are. Maybe God stopped caring. This planet is trash. This planet is amazing. Why are you here if you love God so much? No, God cares, guys. Nico's telling you, God cares, guys. Just not about children. Just not about Palestinians. Just not about women. No. God cares. Just a random fella. Well, yep, schizo. Here we go again. That provided talking point. Because what I'm doing is talking to the voices in my head. Right? I'm not destroying every argument you make and pointing out how stupid you are. I'm talking to the voices in my head. God will never leave or forsaken you. Oh, unless again, you're a Palestinian, you're a child, you're a woman. God does that a lot. Like saying we're here because God created us for some greater reason, but the same time being frustrated with God's plans make no sense. Well, it would make sense, actually. If you're going to believe in all of that stuff, if you're going to believe that there's a plan and all this other shit, you should be frustrated with what's going on, because it's shit. Imagine if your father said, do push-ups till I'm... Imagine if your father said, do push-ups till I'm tired and I'm serious. Don't know what that means. You're just presuming my faith. I'm not Christian. Yeah, presuming it based on your stupid arguments? Is that based on that? He did forsake me. I don't believe in Mother Nature, not God, because Mother Nature actually makes sense. He was never here in the first place. God should judge himself because this world is trash. I think heaven would be a new lay of the land. I'm going to just skip over shit. Go out and make the changes you want in the world. What do you think I'm doing? By going live and talking about these things in a grassroots movement sort of way, what do you think is happening here? Especially since what I'm doing clearly keeps a lot of pedos from trolling for kids. So as long as they're here and not trolling for kids, I'm cool with that. You haven't debunked any of what I said directly to you. You just spout a weird political rhetoric. Yep. How do you prove something doesn't exist? You guys, prove that there's not a leprechaun in my hand right now. He's dancing around. He's doing a little jig, granting wishes and shit as long as you give to an organization he wants you to. You guys don't see? I have faith that the leprechaun is dancing right around in my hand right now. Do you guys see it? Do you guys believe me? Do you guys have faith in the leprechaun? As much as I want to, I cannot refute this man's logic. And of course, why would you even want to? What would be your reason? What do you guys think about that topic? Did God create humans or did humans create God? It's not even a question. It's not even a question. The Bible didn't float out of nowhere. You would have no reason to believe in God. Literally, not a single fucking reason. If you grew up in a world without God, you wouldn't go, hey, you know what? There's a guy up there influencing everything. Oh, and there's another guy down below us who seems to be way more powerful than the guy up there. But no, blind. God reveals himself time and time again in human history. Give me an example. And through the Lord, here's the cry. We had no him personally and be separate. Again, more and more arrogant, dumb shit. So again, God is hanging out with you while ignoring the children being raped by the church, while ignoring the genocide. Yep. Open a Bible, right? I love how people always assume that if you don't believe in the Bible, it's because you don't read it. When again, I can recite and debunk way more than you guys can. Like all of you fucking idiots who subscribe to the idea of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? The reason why gay isn't okay is because one day, Lot, 90-plus-year-old Lot, is sitting on the gate on the outside of Sodom and Gomorrah, like it's a walled city or something. Who fucking knows? It's all stupid. But Lot is sitting out there like whittling some wood or something. When two gentlemen, he doesn't know they're angels, two angels disguised as regular humans, just come walking up, doo-doo-doo. And Lot sees them and goes, hey, you guys, why don't you come over to my house? Stay the night. And they're like, no. We got to get to this other place. So, yeah, we're going to pass. And Lot's like, come on, I'll give you unleavened bread. And the angels are like, Okay, cool. So then it's later, and they're inside Lot's house, when all of a sudden, all of the males throughout the towns of Sodom and Gomorrah, it's 2 towns, all the males who are like banging on anvils and shit, 2,000 years old kind of shit, fixing wagon wheels and, you know, they got animal skins tied up and they're hitting them with stuff. With the scenes you've seen 1,000 times of what it used to be like. They're all fucking doing whatever when they drop what they're doing and they go, oh my God, I'm gay now. I'm suddenly gay for these 2 men who are at Lot's house. I don't know how I know that these two guys are at Lot's house. I'm not normally gay, and I'm not gay for all the men around me. I'm just gay for these 2 guys that are at this house that I shouldn't know are even there. And so they all congregate around Lot's house, around the front door, and they're like, hey, we're gay. They don't start fucking each other. They're yelling, hey, Lot, send those 2 guys out here so we can have sex with them. So Lot's like, I'll handle this. And he goes out front and he's like, what are you guys doing? You guys aren't gay. What are you doing? And they're like, oh, I don't know why. We're suddenly gay. We want to fuck those 2 men you have in your house in their butts. And Lot's like, here, how about this? I'll make you guys a deal. Bill, Tom, you guys are betrothed to would have to be, they're virgins and they're unmarried. So they have to be like 12, 13, 14. You guys are betrothed to my 2 daughters. Rape mob, I have 2 virgin daughters. How about I give you guys my virgin daughters and you do whatever you want with them? Just don't rape those 2 guys that are inside my house right now. And thankfully, the rape mom's like, no, we don't want to rape your virgin daughters. We want to rape those 2 guys. And they start walking real slowly towards Lot. And Lot backs up against the house, and suddenly the door opens and a hand grabs him and pulls him in. And just as that happened, the angel goes, dinkle, dinkle, dink. And everybody that was now magically gay is now also magically blind. And they can't find the door. And they're like, And then it's later. And now the angels are like, hey, Lot, you, because of what you did back there, trying to protect us by giving up your daughters to the rape mob, your virgin daughters, we're going to let you in on a secret. You know how God made everyone gay suddenly? Well, God is going to rain fire and brimstone down from the sky, because he loves everybody. Because everybody was gay. And Lot's like, wait, they weren't gay before you guys showed up, and they weren't fucking each other, but okay, whatever. So you got to get the fuck out of here. And Lot's like, yeah, but I'm super old. There's a little town not too far from here. Can we just go to the little town? And the same joke as earlier with, the angels calling God and, hey, God, is it okay if Lot, because he's really old, is it okay if he just goes to the town that's over there? And God's like, I told you I was going to fucking destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. God damn it. And I think it's actually, it might be like everything, but who knows? Okay, you can go to the little town. You, your daughters, and your wife. And if you want to, you can go get the husbands of those, the betrothed husbands of your daughters. So Lot goes to those 2. He's like, hey, Tom. Hey, Jim, or whatever the fucking name was I said earlier. Hey, you guys remember how earlier today you were like suddenly gay and blind out of nowhere? They were like, yeah, that was really fucking weird. What do you think that was about? Lot's like, well, turns out those were angels. And God is going to rain fire and brimstone down upon everything because you guys were all so gay. And the guys are like, shut up, you crazy old man. God's going to rain fire and brimstone. Dude, we were just gay and blind for a little bit. That doesn't mean God any. Get the fuck out of here. So he's like, oh, all right, then I tried to warn you. And so then it's tomorrow. And the angels are like, all right, get the fuck out of here. Just whatever you do, don't look back. Because if you do, you will be turned into a pillar of salt. So now using Godspeed, they leave. And again, Lot's an old man. But as they're going, you know, because women are so stupid, the wife turns and looks to see what's happening. And she must have been in front, because if she was behind them and they turned to look to see her, then they would have seen Solomon. You know, they would have turned and they would have been turned into a pillar of salt. But she's turned into a pillar of salt. So now it's just Lot and his daughters. And they Godspeed their way to the town. And when they get there, Lot's like, hey, you know what? I don't think I trust those angels. I got this great little spot up there at the top of that mountain. And there's a little cave up at the top of the mountain. It's got food. It's got tons of alcohol, just in case you guys are planning anything sexy. Why don't we go up there? And so then they like Mario bounce their way up the mountain. Blink, 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 blink. And they get to the cave. And now this is one of those things in the Bible that I should have brought up earlier. But it's the biggest loophole in the Bible, right? So at some point, the two virgin daughters are in the cave. And they're like, hey, you know, the oldest one says to the youngest one, hey, you know how our father is like such a great guy? The other one's like, yeah. She's like, well, it's really too bad he only has us stupid daughters and he doesn't have a son to carry on his legacy. Yeah. So I got this idea. Why don't we get him super drunk? Because as a man, if he doesn't know what he's doing, it's okay. I mean, we're women. We know what's happening. That it doesn't. We're women, so it doesn't matter. But why don't we get this 90-plus-year-old man so drunk he doesn't know he's having sex with his daughters, so we can get pregnant by boys? And of course, this is the loophole part, right? Like, this is a conversation between two little girls in a cave. Who wrote it down? Who wrote down what they said to each other so it could be later cataloged in the Bible? Were there little naked butt cherubs flying around with their little wings, writing down everything everybody was saying? How come this is the only conversation that was happening at that time that gets written down from the Bible? Kind of strange, right? And so the first night, the older daughter, the 13 or 14-year-old daughter, they get the dad drunk. The daughter goes in, lays with her father, and the next day, she says to her dumb younger sister, hey, guess what? I know I'm a virgin, but somehow I know I'm pregnant, and it's a boy. And so then the younger sister says, okay, well, I'm going to do the same thing tonight. So then the younger sister, they coordinate to get the father again so drunk that this 90-year-old man's dick still works, but he's so drunk he doesn't know he's having sex with his own daughter. He's raping his own daughter. And the next morning she wakes up and she's like, sister, I too am pregnant with a boy. And then those children of the father-daughter relationships go on to be the leader, the founder. One of them is the founder of the Ammonites. The other one is the founder of the, oh my God, I can't believe it. Why can't I remember this? Oh, fuck, I gotta look it up. Why can't I think of this? The Ammonites and the... Oh my God, this is the one I always remember. The Moabites, there we go, god damn. The Moabites, who, according to people like the founders of the Nation of Islam and shit like that, the Moabites are the origins of black people. So because the daughters had sex with their fathers, raped their father, according to Christians, their children weren't born retarded, they were born the leaders of men. And black people end up coming from the Moabites. You know, the Nation of Islam, the thing that was founded by a Jewish guy. Go on, tell me how I'm wrong about this. Oh, here we go. Somebody's yelling, I will personally pray for you, and I will say, right, again, don't pray for all those children being bombed, or the children being raped by the clergy. You're going to pray for me. The world treats me like shit, including my own family. I feel hopeless, to be honest. Well, then you're looking in the wrong place if you want God to make you feel better. You know, just because because you call somebody mom or cousin or uncle or whatever it is doesn't make them any more special or different than any other person you exist with. They're just dumb people. To the people down the street, your mom is just some lady. Your dad is just some dude. To let those people shit all over you and make you feel bad, you don't owe them that. They shouldn't have that right, that power over you. But can you imagine that the majority of the membership to your organization is because people were desperate for some sort of love and acceptance? They didn't come to your thing because it made the most sense. Because it was the thing that was undeniable and you know, they come to you because they're at their bottom point and they need some sort of, you know, pick me up. So you give them these empty promises of, well, if you just submit to this cult, then when you die, everything gets better. It's fucking stupid. You had your own willpower and pulled through. God didn't do anything. Exactly. Exactly. Remember, God just sat there and watched you smoke and drink and do all those things. I'm supposed to sit there and watch my kids do drugs and smoke and all that. And unless they ask me to help them, I'm not going to help them. I'm just going to watch them. Boy, that's a really bad decision. Don't snort that line, son. Oh, I don't want to say that. As soon as you ask me for help, then I'll help you, son. But I'm not going to prevent you from snorting cocaine. I'm definitely not going to prevent anybody from raping you. You got to ask for my help. Like it's the atheists that are the ones that suffer the most in this world and not the dumb fucking religious people. The dumb religious people are the ones that are constantly wondering why their God's making them suffer so much. Because they do all the right things. I need Jesus to come over. I have many things for him to fix too. I struggle every day with sin and struggle with my beliefs, but no matter what, I still believe in my heart that Jesus is God and he died for me. Why? For what reason? That's like believing Jews are God's chosen people because the book they wrote tells you that they're God's chosen people. Don't you think if your beliefs were real, you wouldn't have to struggle with them so much? Don't you think if it was true, you wouldn't struggle with it? You dumb fuck. Obviously, you struggle with it because it's not real. Because you have to keep overriding your common sense in order to believe in it. So you're like, what the fuck? Why am I struggling so much? Because you believe in the wrong thing, you dumb shit. Yes, surrendering to Jesus is the least arrogant thing you can do. No, believing in Jesus in the first place is arrogant. Surrendering to Jesus. So you believe again that you can, like Jesus is paying attention to you. Of all the shit that's going on in the entire world, all the children being raped and killed by Israel and all that shit, Jesus is paying attention to you and needs you to surrender to him. Because you can admit you're Y-O-U wrong and need a savior. I need somebody to save things for me. Again, we're not going to take responsibility for ourselves. We need a savior to come fix it for us. Why? Because well, the devil has magic powers and we can't beat magic powers, so we need a superhero with just as many magic powers. Why would he prevent you from doing something when you aren't his child? Right. So anytime I see like a neighborhood kid, especially a little kid, and they go running out into the street, I'm going to be like, oh, well, I hope they don't get hit by a car. Those aren't my children. Oh, wow, that little kid has a knife and his parents aren't anywhere around him. Sure hope he doesn't cut himself. Come on, stupid. Do you realize how stupid you sound? Every single point you make is easily debunked. Yet at the same time, you don't debunk a single fucking thing I say. You don't even answer questions when asked to you. Because the world would want you to believe to not. Where does the world want you to not believe? Religion is pushed in every fucking facet. I love how Christians always pretend like Christianity is somehow, not being pushed everywhere. Like it's not on our money. Like it's not fucking in say your pledges of allegiance and shit. One nation under God. And like religion, like there's not tax-free churches everywhere you look. Like clergy and other religious people aren't constantly being let off of sex crimes because of who they are. Yeah. Oh, nobody wants you to, the world wants you to not believe in God, all right. So stupid. What is your grounding for your beliefs of God? They won't answer that shit. They just won't. Written by Juice. I've met lots of happy atheists. Of course you have. Yeah, they're not stupid. Science is way more rooted in reality than religion. No, it's not. Science is another religion. Deception is, so the only thing the IRBG profile can say at this point is deception is strong. Because again, they're struggling with their beliefs that are true. You know the one thing I never struggle with? I never struggle with not believing in God. Nothing ever happens to make me go, holy shit, did God do that? Gee, I wonder. Not believing in God is very, very easy to do. Because it's not real. You become a child of God through Jesus. There is no struggle with faith. What are you on about, LOL? His burden is light. Right, again, you keep ignoring the whole, unless you're Palestinian or you're one of the many children being raped by clergy. It's written by Jews, hence the slander. Tower of Babel. Yep. No, bro. You obviously feel neglected. The Christian is so arrogant that he has to make it about himself. And because he has to make it about himself, I must be doing the same thing. It's like the Trump supporter that thinks, well, I fell for the Trump side, so you must have fallen for the Biden side. You can't possibly think voting is stupid. and that they're all attached to the same thing. It's all just, no, you can't think that way. I fell for Trump, so you have to fall for Biden. Just so stupid. We do need a savior and redemption. Sure we do. I can make my own way to heaven where have I heard that before? Who said anything about making your own way to heaven? The only way you get into heaven is to accept the dead fell on the cross into your soul. Yep. Yep. It's so dumb. Why are you so attached to the Jews' narrative of God? They all are. You have nothing good to say about anyone. Nico is a dumb fucking J troll. What do you expect? This is Team Jorge. He's a dumb J. But you praise Islam. Yep, you hear me all the time praising Islam. Here comes another one of these dumb trolls. You know what? We're actually going to get rid of that guy because that guy was using a bunch of pedophile fucking code yesterday and I let him slide, but I don't want to anymore. Bro, what part of Satan rules the world until the second coming? Oh, right, the God that loves us so much. Let Satan run the world we live in. And what proof do you have of that? You expect him to intervene when you reject him. Does anybody, like, this person is as dumb as it gets. I couldn't care less about God's interaction or interjection or... God doesn't exist. You dumb fuck. I'm asking you, who believes in God, why God doesn't intervene in the children being raped by clergy. He won't force himself on you, bro, and you aren't some innocent little kid. We choose... This is so stupid. This is why it's like impossible to talk to Christians, because they're fucking mentally ill. Their brains don't work. They can't even stay on the topic of the conversation or answer any simple questions. They just say the dumbest shit that comes to their mind. It's funny, they hate God, yet they wrote the Bible. Well, they wrote the Bible to corral the fucking sheep. They wrote the Bible to create a nation full of Christians that call them God's chosen people, even though they killed their fucking Jesus. The reason we believe in Christianity, or the reason why, there's so many Christians, is so that Israel can do what Israel's doing right now. So that the Jays can do what they're doing right now. And we go, well, those are God's chosen people, so I'm just going to pray that God comes and fixes it. I'm not going to unify with my 3% of the population that isn't J. They make up 0.183% of the world's population. We could absolutely very easily override them. But we can't because they control how we hate each other. If you don't know it yet, you aren't always right. You speak a lot of truth, just true stuff, just to let you know. Right. I love when people say shit like that. Tell me what I'm wrong about. Exactly. The people taking advantage of the children are making that conscious decision to do so themselves. Right. So why doesn't God help the children? The children who have free will, but there's nobody protecting them. At what point does God step in? Oh, Jesus Christ. This isn't even fucking worth it anymore. Anyway. Palestine is Muslim, not Christian. Right, there are no Christians in Palestine. Oh, man, it's just so stupid. And again, because this is just the God you believe in. Because these children were raised as Muslim. They didn't know anything about Christianity, so they couldn't possibly know that they're getting it wrong. Because they were raised Muslim, well, God's not going to help them. They should have been raised Christian, I guess. There's more Muslims than there are Christians on this planet. but they're all wrong. Again, notice how not one of these fucking people have even bothered to even explain why they believe in Christianity is right, but not Islam. What proof do you have of one over another? It's funny. Every version of the Quran that's ever been found, according to the narrative, is the exact same. There's no difference. There's been countless iterations of the Bible where King James made it this way and this person made it that way and the New Testament and this, that. There's all these different interpretations of the Bible. So big ass long telephone game. How do you know that the one that's been interpreted a bunch of different ways, a bunch of different times, is more correct than the one that's the same all the way back? There are plenty of Christians in Palestine, exactly. They're just stupid. Oh, it's embarrassing, man. But I mean, I appreciate these idiots coming through. Because if I was sitting here trying to explain just how stupid the average everyday Christian was and they weren't here to back it up, it would be a lot more difficult. But go get your free download, www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. It's free. Just it'll ask you how much you want to download. Put 0 in the box, and it's free. Or donate, which we really appreciate. Give us 10% of your purse. If you give us 10% of your purse, you'll get eternal salvation and heaven points. I promise you.
Do you get matching shoes?
I promise you, with all of the same powers and all that shit as the Pope.
I want matching shoes to my bag.
I'll give you whatever you want with the same promise that the Pope can give you about the afterlife. I am promising you the same. If you go download our shit, you'll get even more. You'll be made a leader in heaven. Yep. My birthday's on Christmas, so you have to listen to me, right? My birthday's on Christmas. I am Guy, the son of Guy. My grandfather was Joseph. My grandmother was Margaret Magdalena. Joseph and Margaret Magdalena came together to have Mary. Mary and Guy, both born on the same day, the same year, which was the summer solstice, in between Gemini and Cancer, meaning each one of them is 3 astrological signs. So 6 astrological beings came together to form Guy, the son of Guy, with his woolly hair and his bronzy feet. Born on Christmas Day.
And his big mouth.
And the oratory abilities, yes. And I am telling you that if you go get the free download and you actually donate 10% of your check, that the heaven that you are promised by Christianity,
Your check before tax.
before taxes, of course, right? The money, the benefit you get from being a Christian will be 10 times stronger if you go get the download. I'm telling you right now, I know this. I know this. There's as much proof of this as there is for the Bible. For anything in the Bible being real. And the Quran, and Judaism, and all the rest of it. So if you really want some extra heaven points, go to www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. Get the download and give us 10% of your check. And you know, you got to come back every week and give 10% of your check. I mean, this is what it is. Yeah. Go get your free download. Donate if you want to. Really appreciate it. All we ask is that you share it with someone. There's going to be a link to Hollywoodism, which is the most important film ever made. It tells you everything we're talking about, why you think the way you do. And it's because, according to them, because they put out the movie, it's not a conspiracy movie. I didn't make it. Alex Jones didn't make it. The descendants of the Jews that controlled Hollywood forever made this movie as a flex. And at one point, one of the women says, essentially, you could say, the American dream is the Jewish dream. because they used Hollywood to create the narrative they wanted to create. So the dumb goyim that believes in God, this is why. And it'll explain it all to you. It explains to you why you believe your history is what it is, why you believe in politics, why all of it. It tells you flat out, this is why. So the link to Hollywoodism is there, the link to the website's there, and the link to 3 of the links to the Facebook page where the music videos are, where if I'm not live here, I'm live there. Go watch those videos. Go like, share, and sub those videos. Like, share, and sub to this page. Come back tomorrow with better arguments if you can. And the most important thing I ever say in all of these videos, the world we live in is full of these fucking psychopathic Christians. These even worse Jays. These crazy Muslims. And the way that they've created the laws, pedophiles are allowed to exist. They get slaps on the wrist. They get put into protective wings in the prison, so nobody has access to them. There's a lot of you out there that are pedophiles. You just don't consider yourself a pedophile because you haven't actually acted on a physical child yourself. You tell yourself it's okay because you only view child exploitation materials on your phone or on your computer. You only look at pictures. You only look at videos. Well, that's just as bad. And more than likely, you haven't hurt a child because you haven't had the opportunity to yet. So before you have the opportunity to actually hurt a child, or if you already have, I'm begging you with every fucking ounce of God in my body and prayer and blah, begging you as humbly as I can, begging you to do one good thing in this world. And before you hurt another child or a child or whatever, please, pedophiles, kill yourself.